All right, welcome back to the podcast. We have an amazing guest on today. I'm very excited to have you on. We have Army National Guard, ADA soldier, Special Forces 18 Echo, Tier 1 Delta Force operator, Purple Heart recipient, retired Master Sergeant, owner of First Responders Coffee and Cigar Company, and now Cask Company, and professional grenade catcher. Brent Tucker. Thanks for going on, brother.
It's catching grenades a lot like blocking punches. Don't do it with your face.
Yeah. I knew you had one, and then I was listening to that Dalton Fisher podcast, and you went into it, and I was like, oh wow, okay, it's not just I shouldn't say a peppering by any means, but I mean, you got blasted. I was like, holy shit, you have like the guys that like. You're like, yeah, I have a Purple Heart. I was fortunate, just took the shrapnel, could keep going on, took some punctures, fine. You were like, my my bone got shot. Or you're like, it separated the bone in my arm,
Yeah,
and you have like, wounds like that when people think you get shot, like, oh my God, like that's like, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, there's some through, and not, the same night, we had a guy get a through and through. And, he was returned to duty. Mm-hmm. He didn't miss a day of work. Mm-hmm. It is kind of funny that the same injuries can be drastically different.
Oh,
It just depends on just depends on what it hits. It hits a bone. It's not a good day. Through the calf muscle. You'll limp for a little bit. You'll be all right.
Yeah, and a clean in and out. Like you're like awesome, clean in and out. Like keep rolling.
You can take grenade shrapnel, and you may not even know you even got hit. For a little bit, or you could really take a movie like grenade hit. Look, mine actually wasn't that bad, but it could have been better.
Yeah. No, I agree. All right, so we'll kind of kick it off here. When did you were working at your father's company, correct? On 9/11, this is kind of like your backstory. I know you've gone over a bunch of times, but we can kind of do a brief overview. Like,
sure. What
got you in? When did you graduate high school, and then like you were working, and what kicked everything off? Because you have an amazing career. So
the kind of an unassuming backstory, to be honest with you. Small, undersized kid, played sports my whole life growing up, and I was really good at sports, but being undersized doesn't help. My grandfather started a business in the early 70s called Tucker's Farm and Garden Center. So just cow feed, horse feed, hay, and that was the family business. But that was all I ever knew. So I grew up in that business, dragging bags of feed out, for as long as I could remember. And that was going to be my life. I was going to take over the family business the same way my dad did. And 9/11 hit. I was working at the business. I had no intention of going to college. I was 20 when 9/11 hit, 21, and I was homeschooled throughout high school, just so I could work at the business. Just had no other intentions of doing anything other than just growing up in small Sanford, Florida, and taking over the business. And that was my goal. We weren't anti-military by any means, but in fact, my dad used to take me to air shows and watch Vietnam movies with my dad. He wasn't in Vietnam, but he grew up in that era and was always enthralled by him. But just never. If you'd asked me on September 11th, Brent, you think you'd ever join the military? Like, no. Why would I ever join the military? Like I'm just going to work in the small business the rest of my life. And I would have been very wrong.
Well, it's like not only like, hey, are you going to join the military, but hey, are you going to become Delta Force? Oh, like you tell anybody that from the get could be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I do. I oddly, think about that like every now and again, but it's just because it seems a little more narcissistic, so I don't want to say it. But yeah, I mean, I think it's funny you say that. I do think about that second part that I kind of say quietly and be like, and hey, then you're going to be a Green Beret, and then you're going to go to the Delta Force, and you're going to fight in 3 different countries that you probably can't point out on the map right now, and you're going to jump out of airplanes at 30,000 feet at night, and you're going to dive on dragers that you don't even know what a drager is.
I don't even know what it is now.
And you're going to do all these amazing, amazing things. Mm-hmm. And I'd be like, you got the wrong guy. Like, I don't even like roller coasters. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. Get out of here.
That's wild. So I mean, it's awesome to hear that, because you, like said, you had one path that you were going in life, and then 9/11 and that call to service absolutely just rips you into another new world. I mean, I think everyone, it does. Like, I talk about mine, where I was always wanted to join the Marines I was more concerned to, like, I'm going to join the Marine Corps and there's never going to be no war. So I'll become a Marine, at that time. That was like 8th grade, I was a freshman when 9/11 happened, but I knew I would do it, but I was like, well, I'm not going to be able to prove myself in war.
Right.
Okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'll do my 4, get out. And then I did it. I became a Marine, and then I moved on with my career, but for you, it's like, you're like, I never wanted to, you didn't not even cross your mind. And then boom, you went off into like incredible career. I mean, it's not, guys do incredible stuff just in general. You do 20 years honorably in the service in general, but I mean, like, you further excelled. Like, you are the 1980s action movie. Like, he's a Green Beret and he's Delta Force and he's a scout. So if you would have joined the Marine Corps, you could have been Force Recon, Special Forces, Green Beret, Delta Force.
Yeah. I definitely didn't take the traditional route there with National Guard Air Defense as my first unit out the gate. Mm-hmm. I actually thought I would have been the only National Guard air defender ever to be in the Delta Force. I felt confident. I never said that out loud, but I felt confident I've got to be the only one. And my good friend Bob Keller was on the podcast with us, and he told me before we met in 20th Special Forces Group that he was part of the National Guard Air Defense Unit while he was waiting to go to the Special Forces Unit. I was like, you got to be kidding me. There's another National Guard air defender that went to the Delta Force. What are the chances? I wasn't happy to hear that. I thought I was one of one.
Yeah. Was there, if you guys were, in the squadron and everything, what was the craziest MOS that you guys heard that did become Delta? Like, is there like a cook or like or somebody that's just like, what?
No, that's a good question. Because at the end of the day, obviously I didn't go straight from there to the unit. I was a Green Beret for years first. But the craziest straight to the unit, I had a teammate, Claire, that was a mechanic, just a regular mechanic. Mm-hmm. He was one of one. That's definitely not the normal one. We had a guy that was was the nuclear, biological, chemical, NBC guy, chem guy for Ranger Bat. Mm-hmm. I mean, he came from Ranger Bat, but he wasn't an infantryman. He wasn't, the mortar section. He wasn't anything sexy. He was their chem guy. He made it. But those success stories are far and few between. Mm-hmm. But it also says, hey, if you got a drive and you got something pulling you to do something, the chance is never zero. Send it.
Yep, that's awesome. No, that's great. So you got into the National Guard ADA. That was kind of I won't say a mishap, but that's like, you don't know what you don't know. We all, I know buddies like that. They sign general contracts or whatever. They're like, oh no, this guy told me this. And then you're at the mercy of whoever you end up going to seek advice to sometimes. And,
absolutely.
So how did that path then go from ADA to, into the Green Berets, into selection?
Well, I gotta tell the story about how I got into ADA.
Oh yeah,
because it's important to me, because one of the, outside my grandfather and my dad, one of the greatest influences in my life, and he probably wouldn't even know it, is Chief Butters. Chief Butters was a warrant officer for that air defense unit, and he was in the neighborhood right across the street from me. His daughter and son were friends of me and my older brother. They lived right across the street from the basketball court, and he was just that guy. He was just like a man's man. And to this day, I really don't I can do a lot of things, because of YouTube. I could woodwork mainly because of YouTube. I got to figure out everything I wanted to. The internet, like this guy could do everything: tile work, woodwork, rebuild an engine, rebuilt an old Chevy truck. Just you name it. The electrical work, he could just do everything. And when 9/11 hit, and I knew the only thing I did know was not only could this guy literally do everything, he'd come home from work in a uniform, so he was in the military, and he never really talked a lot to me, but just the way he carried himself and how capable he was, said everything like he had to. That's how a man acts. That's how he carries himself. Like that's what a man should be able to do. That's what a man should know. So he was the first one I went to after 9/11, trying to figure things out. And he gave me good advice. It's still good advice. Like, hey, I'm in the National Guard. Even though he said that, I don't know what the heck that meant. He's like, you should join my unit. We'll probably, if this thing really kicks off to something big, we'll go to war if that's what you're looking for. And but I'll be able to keep an eye on you as well. I was like, all right, that's actually how I ended up in the air defense.
Were you surprised then, like when you joined Guard, like you thought? Do you ever think, oh, I'm going active duty? Do you understand what like Guard was 1 week in a month? Or?
Took a little bit. Okay. So it took a little bit for me like to fully understand what drill was, what AT was, what the difference was, how you're going to get called up. But yeah, all those questions were eventually answered by the recruiter. Had a great recruiter. But the recruiter knew Chief Butters. Yeah, and Chief Butters was a legend in his unit. So no one was gonna mess over a friend of Chief Butters. Mm-hmm. So I got hooked up in that aspect. But anyway, I go there. Go to basic training. My little brother comes with me, who's now a command sergeant major in air defense, active duty. He went further than I did. And when we get back, well, even while we're there, ironically enough, didn't really cross my mind, but I remember being there in basic training and seeing 2 Green Berets walk across the, I don't even know what you call it anymore. But anyway, there's the barracks are all on top of your sorts, and there's at the very bottom floor, it's all open space with some bleachers. And these 2 Green Berets just go strolling by with patches I'd never seen. And I was like, oh, what, are those Green Berets? And everyone's just like in awe, staring like, yeah, those are Green Berets. I have no idea what they're even doing walking through the quarters at basic training. But we're just in awe of these guys. And I just thought to myself, I was like, that was the beginning of like, I think I want to be like those guys. And I was already doing well in basic training, but just something about the competitiveness kind of goes back to I was always good in sports, but I was undersized, and I had to work harder than anyone else. I wasn't a midget, but I was always the shortest guy on every team I was on. I couldn't pack on weight to save my life, no matter how old I got. It wasn't until, even in my late teens, I still could not pack on weight. But I did jump up to 6 foot, probably about my senior year of high school, maybe even like after high school. I was at least normal height, but skinny as a rail. So it took me all the way to basic training. I still remember I hit 180 pounds in basic training, and I thought I was jacked. I was like, man, I've done it. 180. I've worked a really, really long time for this. So now I have some size to me, and I can compete with everyone. And it really was a gift. I mean, I know it sounds cheesy, and I hated everyone that ever told me growing up, oh, this is going to build character. And it absolutely did. You know, I used to work twice as hard as everyone else to get the same results. And now that same work ethic, with a similar size, produced very different results. And it's just, for the most part, I was faster than everyone in basic training. I was stronger than everyone in basic training. I had a better work ethic. I could just, not a whole lot fazed me. So I really thought, hey, if that's, even if I have an inkling of an idea, if that's where I want to go, like, I'd better be the best in basic training, or else why would I think I'm among the best of the best? So in a really weird, almost unfair way, everyone else was in a competition with me that they didn't even know they were in.
That's good. Well, it's awesome to hear that, because it's like, I've done that in some of my aspecks in life too, and it's cool to hear that you're just like, you're not, no one's competing, but like in your head, you're like, I'm going to be better than you.
Yeah.
Like, and it's not malicious. It's just that I want to outperform every single one of you. Like, you know, when you're out on those long midnight runs, or you're up early, or you're going to go harder in the gym, or you're like, yeah, man, that's cool. I'm going to go ruck, or I'm going to go do this, or I'm going to study. You know, it's like, it's just, they don't know, but that's it. Mentality kicks it off.
And I didn't, we'll get to it later. I didn't have a problem at this time with it. But no one accused me of being, you know, cocky or narcissistic. And I think but now it's probably maybe the first time I've really thought about it. Just what a tightrope it is to walk, to, in your mind all day, tell yourself that you have to be better than everyone else, but not treat anyone like you think you're better than anyone else. I don't know if that makes sense.
100%. I do that every day. I know exactly how you feel. Like 100%.
What a weird dichotomy to really like have to deal with, and the duality of the mindset of inside always going like, I have to be better than everyone else. You know, I'm going to be better than everyone else, and then, you know, all day long, make sure that you don't. I don't even know if I knew that, you know, that I had the wherewithal. I was pretty young, but, you know, I know for a fact that I didn't treat anyone else like that. But anyway, regardless, that's the game in a weird way. Like how to do it right. How can you make sure that everything you do is to make sure you're better than everyone else? You can say it, you can dress it up in a nicer way if you want. Well, it's not that you're better than everyone else. It's that you're the best version of yourself. No, I didn't want to be that's true, but you cannot separate the two of being the best version of yourself but the best version of myself also has to be better than everyone else, because not everyone is going to make it, you know, to where I want to go. So I also have to be better than everyone else, and then walk around and make sure that that doesn't seep out of you. It's a weird thing, but if you're wired right for it, you'll be able to do it.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%. I agree with you, and I know what you mean. I know how that feels. Like you get up, you go, you ruck, you run, you do all these things. It's like you have to outperform everybody, and you're right. You are being better, but you're not in people's face like I'm better than you, you know, because then you're like, Jesus, you're a dick, man. Like,
no one wants to work with you.
Yeah, no one wants to work with you, you know. But there is like absolutely. It's like it's really hard because it's like even in I'm sure obviously you guys with SF Delta combat, you know, same with me. It was like scout snipers combat, but also like when you get into your civilian career, it's like, you know, I always don't like saying it out loud. It's always hard to say out loud, but up here, it's like, yeah, I am. This is why you hired me, because I'm really fucking good at this. I am. Like, I can do this, and this, and I'm really fucking good. And even then, I'm, you know, but then when you talk to a client, you're like, yeah, I think we can do that. You know, like it's like you want to give confidence, but you don't want to be like, I'm the best, you know. And maybe for me, it always is like, I don't ever say like saying out loud, because things can go wrong.
Yeah.
So when you say you're the best and you fumble for or whatever, and you absolutely not eat it, but you don't deliver, then people look at you like that guy's arrogant. It's like always, undersell, over deliver.
Absolutely.
Undersell, over deliver. Like, and then you just get the reputation, and I 100% agree with you. I think it's like when people are just like, of course I'm the best. It's like, yeah, but dude, like, and you ate at this, and this. Now, if you wouldn't have said that, I'd been like, all right, cool, man. We're just working in the right direction. But
And you nailed it. And at that point, you'll get that reputation. And guess what? Everyone will say it for you.
Mm-hmm. And in our community, again, we'll dive into this later too. I mean, your reputation precedes you. That's
all you have.
It's all you got. Guys that either did one combat deployment, or they did 9, or they're in certain units, right. Or they did. I was the same way. Like when I went from what I did in the Marine Corps into contracting. It's like I know I'm not going to be the best here, but I'm going to be extremely reliable, and I'm going to be damn good in a firefight, and I'm going to do my job very fucking well. And that's it. And you just, we're not tier 1, but we have a job to do. We're there to protect diplomats, and we're there to do the right, do to the T correctly. We're not going to blow it off. And then I collect my paychecks and I go sit in my room and play Xbox, and or write up my I was working on my bachelor's degree, so I'll work on my papers. So I 100% agree with you, but your reputation precedes you, because you start getting those reps, that reputation of like, that dude's a shitbag.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like, and that to me, and not talk about me, but like, I'm sure you're the same way, which is like, I don't want, if anyone, I'm at the point in my life where if someone's talking shit about me, then they fuck something up. Like, it's not on me, and if so, I did something wrong, I 100% like, dude, that went sideways. That's my fault. Because then people are like, hey, cool, like, he's not covering for something, or it's just like, yeah, things go wrong. But like, I know myself enough to where, like, if somebody's like, yeah, I don't know about Ethan, I don't know about his character, I'd be like, there's something wrong with you, because 99.9 or 100% everybody I've run into, and not even baiting for it, but they're just like, hey man, like, you're being a good dude. Like, like I've gotten text messages years after high school that was just like, because I received the Silver Star, and then I was in the paper, and so guys were just being nice growing up in high school. Like I'm a nice guy, it's like, I was kind of like encouraging people, and it's just like, they're like texting me like, hey man, like, you were just really nice to me in high school. Like, I appreciate that. You were a good dude. Yeah. I'm like, oh man, thanks. Like, like,
well, the old good dude, when it comes to rating, I used to say, well, there's, the military ratings, true rating system is essentially 1s and 0s, but there's actually a third one, but we'll stick with 1s and 0s from now. I mean, it's either, oh, that's a good dude, or, oh yeah, he's a shitbag. And those are the only two rating systems you get. Except for the third one, actually, that which is, he's a really good dude. And that's, when you throw a really in front of a good dude, like that means that guy's exceptional. And it's the most basic rating scale in the world, and it's across all branches of the military, and it transcends time, and which generation you were at in the GWAT, or before that, or even in Vietnam. It's the same rating system. You could probably go back to Bible times, and there's probably the same equivalent rating system.
No, I agree.
Their militaries.
It was funny, and when you get out to the contracting world, because I lived in that for a while. That's the same thing. They're like, "Hey, do you know this guy across? He's a good dude." Like, that's it. That's all you got to do. He's a good dude.
Even though really good dude is out there, good dude is good enough.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean.
He's reliable. He'll do the job well, and you're good to go.
But I've never had anyone come back and be like, "Oh, he's a good dude." We're looking for really good dudes. Is he a really good dude? Like no one's. It's just good. Whatever they're asking, he's a good dude is sufficient.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it says everything. They're like, oh, he's a good dude. Okay.
Well, your rep is on the line, so I don't you know what I mean?
For sure.
It's just so like if you like, I recommend you, or you're recommending a friend for high risk.
Yeah.
There's only like 2 or 3 people that I could call on. Or if somebody like asked me, like, we can talk about this later, but like the Ukraine situation, like there's like 3 or 4 guys that I'm like, they're good dudes, they're really good dudes, and we're gonna go, because I've known them, I've worked with them. I will never, and I have guys like, how do I get over there? And I'm like, you know what, you should make your own ways in. Kind of like a soft, like, you find out, because I don't,
right.
Like, and as a civilian, you're like, hey man, I really like you, but as sometimes as like, on our deployments, or say, whatever else, like, I don't know, man. Like you weren't exactly, your rep within whatever the time frame it wasn't that good. So I don't want to risk my rep of sending you to somebody that I respect.
Yeah.
But and there's like a few, like my buddy Caleb, like it's funny, like his wife won't let him go into combat zones or dangerous situations without me. Like I'm his emotional support animal. And my wife's kind of the same way. She's like, is Caleb going? I'm like, well, yeah. They're like, you two are ridiculous. It's like, what, And so, but we had combat deployments. We did the CIA stack together. He continued. And then it was like, we just got together on Ukraine. We're like, you ready to go? And like, we saw each other and like nothing changed. It had been 11 years. And we're like, and we're going in, and I could count on him and he can count on me. And like people that saw us there together, they're like, you guys like married? Like what, like, but it's like, you have that rep. There's a few other guys I know that they did this. They have a really good rep beyond what I worked with. And then, I recommend.
But you nailed it earlier. You're not just vouching for them. Half of that is your reputation's on the line, and that's why the good dude system is so important. Because if I'm asking you, I already care about your opinion, so I'm not just going to ask anyone, hey, is that a good dude? Randomly, because you want to ask good guys, and so at the end of the day, I already know you're a good guy, and you don't want to mess that wrap up. That wrap up. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever really, until you just said that, like realized that it's not just about, that guy's reputation and that he earned. When people are asking you, you're absolutely right. Your own reputation is on the line every time you vouch for a guy, for sure.
And I think it sucks. I shouldn't say it sucks, but I'm saying like, for some of those guys, I know they're trying to earn something later on, or, and you're like, cool, they go into contract and maybe they're trying to whatever. Yeah. And sometimes, in those moments, and in your early years, like in my deployments between 18 and 22. So it's like, you make stupid decisions. Yeah. You're going to fuck up really bad. By the time you get to your level, it's like those things should be kind of cleared out, at least after so long, you would think, but
I'll say this, and it's true. Even though your reputation's on the line, his is on the line way more than yours. Yeah, because at the end of the day, he can go over there and screw up, and I've had this happen before. And you get the I don't want to say cop out, but you get the exit ramp of going, hey, I served with him 7 years ago. He was a good dude 7 years ago.
That's true. That's true. Yeah,
and they'll go, okay, I get it. Like, does it mean what's a good guy, always a good guy, or different situations? And this is also true. Some guys are just really good in combat. They were lazy at everything else they did, but man, they were born for combat, and combat for the most part was a lot of downtime and boring. There are definitely times where you're working your ass off, but for the most part, like it was a lazy man's dream. You want to work out, you want to sit around, play Xbox, you want to sit around for the call and do nothing and just wait and wait and wait and wait. And then get on a helicopter, do a couple hours work, come back. Like that's so, it's a weird way of explaining it, but there were guys that absolutely thrived in that environment, but probably shouldn't be program managers.
No, 100%. And I knew guys like that too. I mean, and it's funny too, because you read books about. When I was doing my intelligence degree, I'd read a lot of books. All the books around here I read, and it was amazing hearing the stories like the guys in the Green Berets in Vietnam and all that stuff. And it's, and I see it in the infantry, like war is the ultimate, to me is like it's the ultimate test. Like, I think I don't know if it's our species, it's like it's conflict, but like the warrior class that's like, you have like civilians and warrior class. Every culture is the same. They always have a warrior. No matter through time, there's always somebody that has to defend the rest. And I think guys that want to go in and do that, and like war is the great equalizer. War is, like you could be a shitbag, and I'm sure we know guys that in the civilian side, it's hard. They're terrible, it sucks. They're not good husbands, or they're not good boyfriends, or whatever, but you get them on into that combat zone, and we saw it. I know I saw it. Yeah. Dude, they're on, and they're great. And they're just built for that. And also too, it's like sometimes it's not even like the guys that are, again, I ran into this where it's like guys are like, oh, they're yoked, this physical specimens, all this stuff. It's like, dude, that doesn't mean anything. I've seen guys with pot bellies and guys that smoke cigarettes all day and they're skinny and they are on. And they operate in the black. They're reliable. Yeah. They're going to pull you out of that situation. the world is coming to an end, and they will be like, yep, I'm going in. And they will be on, and you can rely on them. And it's like, it's the ultimate test. And and it's hard. Especially like, see, Vietnam guys, they saw some crazy stuff. So it's like, and those guys came back and like, even some of our guys that came back, that just like, they can't figure it out. But you look at them in the combat and they're like, God, man, you're just a war fighter. Like, that's like, without going tier 1 or without going, because even then I had a buddy of mine and he was just like, yeah, I want to go, we were talking about maybe MARSOC. I was out. I was like, I'm getting out. But he was throwing the idea around. He's just like, yeah, I just don't want to train for it though. And it's like, but I got the mentality. I'm like, dude, you could throw him into a MARSOC team now and he would crush it. Yeah. Like, what I mean? Like, just put him into war. He just, like, so you know what I mean? Like, I agree with you. You got to obviously earn those titles and slots, but there's guys that I'm sure you ran into that were like, dude, just come along. And then suddenly they're just like, dude, like, man, can you just put some effort into like, go to selection? They're like, yeah, I just really like Monsters and Smokey. And like, I don't really, but you put them in on a deployment. They just thrive. They thrive.
The train ups for this were absolutely the most difficult things. The selections themselves, the school themselves, generally speaking, weren't the hardest thing. It was the train ups, because the train ups are just you versus you. Like, it really is, and you have no one else to push you. It's just you have, and in fact, you have everything in the world pulling you away from it. And we'll get into those stories here in a little bit, but talking about those guys that go to war, they do the right thing when it matters. They basically they live a life of no regrets. I mean, they didn't want to go to war, come back, or miss war. Kind of like both of us. Like, we didn't want to miss war, and so that's really what drove me to. Actually, that was my deciding factor when I sat there on the night of September 11th and the night of September 12th. It probably took me a couple days before I actually had that conversation with Mr. Butters, Gordon Butters. Actually, I almost forgot his first name because I've called him Mr. Butters my whole life.
Still do, like Mr. Butters.
Still do, Mr. Butters. I sure do. I still go visit him every now and again. And but I didn't sign the papers until the 27th of September, which means I got a hold of a recruiter a week, 10 days before that. So it didn't take me long to join up. But that was my deciding factor. I was like, I don't want to be 70 years old, look back in this time and be like, man, when my country was attacked and 3,000 Americans died, like, something was pulling on me to go do something about it. And I caved like a bitch. Like, I just couldn't pull myself to leave my little small town, And that was my biggest fear. Like, looking back and going, life's short, yeah, but at the same, life's pretty long. At the same time, like, what's 4 years, on which is funny in hindsight. What I thought I was going to do. What's 4 years on a lifetime? Like, go do this, come back. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can go serve your country. The family business isn't going anywhere. Like, don't be a bitch. Go answer the call. And so not only did I do that by getting into the National Guard, once I got into Air Defense National Guard, that was the same mindset. That took me to the Green Berets and to the Delta Force. I remember thinking to myself, like, I joined to do something about 9/11, and I don't think the unit that I'm in is going to allow me to have a tangible effect on the war on terror. So I was like, so how do I get through this and not have the same feeling that, yeah, I feel a little better because I joined, but I didn't do anything. Like, I still would have had that, I feel, empty feeling about my service. I'd have felt a little better about it. And unlike, like some of us do, I probably could have justified it and be like, well, I joined. It's not It's not my fault that we didn't go to war. It's not my fault that, I got assigned to this unit. But it was too late. Like, I knew too much. I know anyone can volunteer to go to Special Forces selection. So there was an opportunity there. And if I wouldn't have taken it, I would have always regretted it. So that's also what took me to the Green Berets, was refusing to live a life of regrets, to be honest with you.
No, and I agree with you. I think it's also just taking that risk and taking the shot, obviously train up, do what you can do. But sometimes fate plays its cards. You're like, yeah, fuck it. Like, let's go. Like, sometimes you just have to do it. Like, whether you're ready or not, you just do it. And
you'll never be completely ready.
Yeah,
no, that's
exactly.
That is for sure. I never felt like I was 100% ready for anything I've ever gotten myself into. But I was prepared enough, without a doubt. I was prepared enough. The other thing which is absolutely true about it, don't get me wrong, I wanted to get selected so bad. But my whole existence didn't revolve around getting selected for Special Forces. It wasn't like that was somehow like an identity of myself I had made, like I have to be a Green Beret or this is all for naught. I'd pretty much already made this deal with myself that the only obligation I have is to try out. Well, that's not true. I have two obligations. I have an obligation to try out. Hey, if they don't want me and the cards don't fall, into place, I can look back and be like, hey, well, I tried. I went as far as I could. I did everything I could. So but my first obligation, but before that one, is to ensure that I was ready, because, I wouldn't be able to lie to myself and be like, well, I tried, but they didn't want me, and go like, well, yeah, you tried, but you didn't do anything to prepare for it. So did you really try? So, almost one kind of gives birth to the other mindset of, yeah, I just have to try. But in order to truly try, I had to train up, and I didn't know much. There's not a lot of other guys to ask at your National Guard Air Defense Unit about Special Forces. They'll tell you. I mean, don't get me wrong. They'll give you plenty of information. None of it being true. In hindsight, did I get some bad information? Just wild stories of things that a friend of theirs heard that a friend of theirs heard.
Was there any like specifics that you're like, I mean, did you know any gate times? Did you know any
Nothing.
like how should I rock? It's always, I always love talking with you guys. I mean, I went in 2005, but like we still didn't have information on anything back then, even in 2005. But like guys that joined in the 90s or in the early 2000s, it's like you're just shooting into the darkness on like what you should train for almost,
So the long story is actually this. There used to be something called AKO, Army Knowledge Online.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah,
you guys probably have MKO or something like that.
I remember. I was around it during AKO. I can't remember what they switched it to, but yeah.
So it was essentially, I'm sure they have a version of it. Maybe they completely went away with it. But anyway, they had a of this, and all of your information was there. Like you had an email address, messages went there. They also had a white pages, and in this white pages, you could look up phone numbers of units. And I searched. This is 2001, 2002. So this is early on. I'm probably on a dial-up modem. Gosh, you want to talk about feeling old,
dude? Yeah,
I mean the internet was at its infancy, really. Still that early in the 2000s.
It was. So
And so I found this Special Forces company in Ocala, Florida. I was like, okay, I know where Ocala is at. It's only a few hours away from here. Let me call them. So Private Tucker gets their phone number from the white pages on AKO. I call it. A guy named Kurt Carey answers the phone, which is their Special Forces recruiter. Not a long tabber, but a great dude. But in a weird way, who you would think would answer the phone, like big booming voice. I mean, the guy's like 6'4", 6'6". He's a large man, bare hands. He's a large man. And And he was like, Sergeant Carey. And I was like, hey, this is Private Tucker, and I'm calling to see and I just, whatever I did, it wasn't impressive, I assure you. And he goes, who you with, Private Tucker? And I told him who I was with. And he goes, call me back when you're a specialist. And essentially hangs up on me. And I was like, man, didn't seem very interested in me. And in a weird way, I loved it. Like I love that they didn't care who I was. And in hindsight, I could think I can verbalize it better. The standard was be an E4 or go away. You know, that's the standard. There's no reason to be nice about it. There's no reason to talk to you about it. There's no reason to coddle you about it. You haven't met the standard. Standard's E4. Be an E4. Call me back. And luckily, it only took maybe like 6 months later. I got promoted to E4. I call him back, and I'm like, hey, Sergeant Carey, it's Specialist Tucker. I called you a few months ago. You told me to call back when I was a specialist. And he was like, I don't remember you. And I'm like, well, I guess irregardless, what do I need to do? So, in the National Guard Special Forces, it's a little different because they only have so many slots to selection. So it's not like Big Army, and you have all the slots essentially in the world. Like you want to go to selection, you'll go to selection. So in the National Guard, you have to show up and basically go through a mini selection to prove that, hey, like you're worth our slot to SFAS. So they invited me up to do like a PT test and a ruck march, and I show up, but I know nothing. Like I show up the only way I know how to show up, to try to be impressive. I show up in starched uniform, BDUs, and highly shined boots. And the first Green Beret I met that I was supposed to report to, Dan Kinkle, who ends up being a legend in SF, just an amazing Green Beret, an absolute warrior. In the very next rotation he goes on, he doesn't even know the things that this guy's about to do in Afghanistan when I meet him. And he's like, he goes, tell me you brought another change of clothes. And I was like, yes, Sergeant, I did. He's like, why would you even wear that? He's like, go get another, like, we're going to go ruck and do things. Like, don't ever come over here in a starch uniform again unless there's some sort of ceremony. And that was a little bit of an awakening. Like, okay, like this is a different culture. Like this is different. Anyway, I knocked out the PT test. I don't think I ever scored under 300 in any PT test I ever took from, starting from the last PT test in basic on. And I think we did a PT test. We did a 12-mile ruck march and a couple other random events. But that was the first time I think I had ever like truly rucked. The first time, I didn't pack my ruck right, and it sounds weird. Like my stride was off. I'm just, I'm running when I shouldn't run. I'm just muscling through it. Well, I muscle through it, and I fall at the finish line. Like, man, why was it? And it's Florida, heat of Florida, and I'm just sucking. But I got it done. I was probably finished middle of the pack. But it also set a standard because I saw some other guys that were similar, like size of me, that from about 3 minutes into the race, if you will, I never saw them again. To me, by the time I'd finished that, and they were already dry, changed their clothes, eating MREs, like they were onto something else, and I just finished, and I'm on survival mode, and they're like, that was nothing. I'm thinking, okay, I have some work to do. These guys are way ahead of me. And so it was a good rude awakening. But again, like I now know what the standard is, and I got to talk to those guys and talk to them about rucking, weights. I was just always asking information. But for the first time, I feel like I'm around people that I can ask questions to. because I really had no business asking questions to those. I still did, because information's information to some degree, like get something. But even then, I knew the difference between a good answer and a bad answer.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going like, let's just throw that, let's bounce that off the wall of logic. I don't think that's a good answer. But it was refreshing to finally figure out, wait, what are the standards? How heavy should a ruck, simple, how heavy should a ruck be? How do you pack a ruck? Like, what's your rucking regiment? You know, do you ruck every day? Like, just all sorts of, do you ruck during the day? Do you ruck at night? You know, in a weird way, when you're in Florida, in the summer time of Florida, that's a damn good question. Because at some point, if you want to really put some miles on, you're not gonna make it during the day of Florida. I found that out the hard way. So I did a lot of training at night. Don't get me wrong, I still train during the day, but you know, if you're sweating more than you could possibly like intake moving at that level, you're never going to get the miles, you know, underneath your feet that's required to pass that. But anyway, that was the selection before the selection, and it set me up absolutely for success. To some degree, I think National Guard guys have a leg up going to selection. Heck, some of the guys that were in, it was called the NQP program, non-qualified personnel. Some guys in that program had already been to selection and didn't make it, and they're back in the program waiting to go back to selection because they got hurt. Now you get to ask guys questions about selection itself. So it was, the National Guard process was great. It was beneficial. And I met some of the greatest dudes in my career at that SF National Guard unit. Guys that I talked to. Dan Kinkle called me just a few weeks ago, and every now and again, I still get to tell Dan like how influential he was, being just like a man's man. Like, he's one of the first Green Berets I truly had an interaction with, and you couldn't ask for a better guy to set the stage and to set the standard for.
Yeah, I've heard that too with the Army National Guard's kind of like the military's best kept secret, you know. For sure. And some of those guys that we worked with in Afghanistan. So we worked with 20th Group guys and 10th Group when I was in Afghanistan. And yeah, they were telling us all about it. We're like, oh man, you guys can do that. You know, I was already impressed with regular National Guard. They were like, you can deploy whenever you want. I was like, well, this sounds way better than active duty. You know, I was like, that's a regular infantry unit, you know, let alone the SF Guard stuff. But the preparation I've heard is just, I'll
say this about SF Guard at a team level. I don't know if I just don't. I don't know if I've ever seen a bad team. And on the other side of that, truly, some of the best teams, and I mean this, that I've ever seen were on the National Guard side. Mm-hmm. Just, they have some amazing teams. They have a couple things going for them. They can hold a team together longer than active duty can, especially here like the last 10 years. Guys are flying through teams. And you have to keep a guy on a team for a while, and you have to keep a team together for a while. It pays dividends, and so they can keep teams together longer, which is super important. So their teams are just as good as active duty, and I will say this all day: some of their teams are even better than active duty. Get mad all you want, active duty, be better.
Yeah, the way we ran into them and worked with them and whatnot, it was kind of the same way. And I think the formula was, because I ended up joining the Guard later on, but you're seeing like the active duty, the mentality between active duty and National Guard. I've seen more proficiency in the National Guard, and I think that kind of translates over to like the SF, especially with those guys, because it's like maybe it's the op tempo, maybe it's the stress level, maybe it's just whatever, but like. The workup for National Guard units, their training was 100 times better than my active duty time, because they got the package and they're going to war, so the state's paying for it, the federal government's paying, and it's like you go from like you're doing everything and then immediately you deploy. Whereas like active duty, once in a while we're just doing stupid shit all day. I was in Hawaii, so like we didn't have cool ranges, so it's like once in a while we go to the sniper. We went to the sniper range like twice in sniper platoon. It was disgustingly low, and then we were like, oh, let's teach CQB, let's learn knowledge, whatever. You're always fighting for some sort of training, and then when you got it, it wasn't that good, Whereas like guard guys, they're like, yeah, we just did 3 months of like. This M4 is like my arm. Like I've shot so many rounds through it. The mortar teams were shit hot. We had a mortar team attached to us, but they've been dropping hundreds and hundreds of rounds, and then it's like taking that and then going, okay, now you're going to war, and it's like, whoa, that's pretty proficient,
The PMT, the pre-mission train up that National Guard units go through, you're absolutely right. Like it's good. Like there's no other way around it, and I think the leg up that they have of sorts is that when they go into this, and I remember PMTs, like there's a lot of times during the PMT, you're working 7 days a week. Like we didn't even get days off on the weekends for a while. Like, so for 3 months, you just did nothing but focus on going to war. And you have two things going for you to make sure that you hit the ground running at a high level. One is like you're doing this train up because you're going to war. So you have a lot of motivation, right? And to take it serious. Second, every good National Guard unit has this, and that's this Napoleon syndrome that you're National Guard, and you'll be damned if anyone looks at your unit like a National Guard unit. And so you will go above and beyond and make sure that no one, looks at you as a detriment or looks at you like, oh, like, well, what are you doing here? We actually could use some help. Could you go find someone else? So there's that kind of imposter syndrome, if you will, that really pushes guard units to ensure that they hold the standard.
Yeah, absolutely. So what was your train up like selection like? Or when did you eventually go?
I went to selection the end of 2002. My train up was I wasn't heavy in the weightlifting at the time. Every day I would do 50 push-ups, 40 push-ups, 30, 20, 10. I would usually do that twice a day. Or I would do 50 push-ups on the hour, every hour. And then I would do the same thing on the sit-up side. And then every day that I got off work, I'd go for either a 2 or a 5 mile run as fast as I could. And then I would just ruck and ruck 15-minute mile standard on the ruck. I'd go 4, 8, 12, 15, just, random distances, just getting in, miles. And that was all I did. And that was all I needed to do. Like that's all I need. Just show up in shape, just show up in ruck in shape, make sure your feet are hard, that you never get a blister. It's one of the, it sounds but anyone who's gone through, these schools or through the process or put miles on their feet, knows you have to protect your feet, like almost at all costs. Like guys going to selection became these like sockologists. Like, hey, you try out these socks. Like they're not too thick, but they're not too thin. I love these socks. Yeah. You try out these boots. Hey, you can get the heel cup removed. Just like all sorts of like just a science of footwear and foot protection. And that was good. That was good insider knowledge. But you know what? Again, not required. It's not. And I think some people are always focused too hard on what's the shortcut rather than just give me a pair of crappy socks and a pair of crappy boots, and I'll put some miles on your feet. That's what your feet need. Put miles on your feet. So that's what I did to show up for selection, and it worked. I showed up to selection. I absolutely crushed it. Did I have some hard days? Of course I had hard days. But I crushed selection. I think. I should say that. I think.
Well, did you walk away after like the 3 weeks? You do have the 2 week or 3 week?
No, we had the 3 week one. Yeah. It's funny you mentioned that. I had friends that were instructors at the 2 week one, and they're like, that was the worst one.
Because you're doing everything in 2 weeks. Because
he goes, everything you did in 3 weeks, these guys did it in 2 weeks. And the instructors hated it too. So we have no downtime. Like we were crushing guys, which was funny because the community was all up in arms. They brought selection down to 2 weeks. Like, they're making it easier. And we were getting calls back from the cadre being like, no, guys, it's worse. In fact, trust me, we're going back to 3 weeks, but not for the reasons you think we're doing it for. But I remember going through rucks, these forced unknown distance, unknown time standards, and just passing guys and just be like, National Guard coming through, National Guard move. As he overtook guys, just having people all pissed off. Like what? I mean, I was doing it in jest. Just I had a good time in selection. We went with that kind of a core group of NQPs that we'd been training together for a while. We all went to selection together, so we had a good time.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. You're like, crush it. Was there a moment that you're just like, holy shit? Like, one, I'm you're feeling good, and you're like, this might be a real thing. As of now.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like you're just like, I'm going to be special forces.
Well, so I say I crushed it, and I did, or I felt like I did for 90-something% of it,
which is pretty good. It's not, like you didn't stumble all the way through. Like, I survived.
Yeah, survived that. I survived that. Although they're untimed, not timed, and unknown distances, like we all start at the same place and at the same time usually. So like I know I'm finishing at the top. I know I'm doing better than these guys. On the land navigation courses, the STAR course is a hellacious land navigation must pass course, and some pretty, even what I know now looking back, some pretty arduous terrain. I got all my points in the STAR course. If you get so many points, you don't have to go out anymore. Like you can basically like ace it early on. Like, okay, you got it, you're done. And your motivation, you thought, was supposed to get done so you can actually get some rest. And for the guys who got done early, we just got smoked constantly. I was like, man, if I'd have known this, I'd have missed a point, extended my land nav time, and I could just be out by myself in the woods.
You sit down next to a tree.
Right, yeah. I mean, land nav's kind of, if you're getting your points, land nav's kind of easy and kind of fun. It's just you out in the woods, problem solving with a map. I always really enjoyed land navigation. Anyway, so I knew I was good. There were two moments that stick out in my mind. There's a moment during like log and rifle PT day that I just like, this isn't going to end. Like what is going on here? Like this is madness. Making you roll in the pit until someone throws up, and then everyone's just rolling around and everyone's throw up. And then and now when other guys are rolling around and other guys throw up, now they're throwing up. And it's just like, this is chaos. Guys getting pulled out and be like, hey, like, do you know what your name is? And you're over there still doing your log PT, but kind of looking over at this, and this guy's just rambling nothingness. And that was my first time really of seeing like firsthand guys get pushed to their just beyond their limits.
I remember seeing that in the Surviving the Cut series, the puke stuff. They're like, put it in your pocket, and then. I was
funny at the time, but cadre, they're hilarious.
Put
it in your pocket.
But the thing is, they got in trouble because Discovery, they did it and they aired it.
Yeah.
And my buddy showed me that when I was attached to 10th Group, and he was like, check this out. This is selection. I was like, oh, cool. So I watched it. I was like, that was a great show. I was like, oh, okay, cool. That's selection.
Yeah.
But they did that, and I talked to him. I was like, did they do that? He goes, yeah. I don't know what year they filmed it, but he told me, he's like, yeah, they got into like really big trouble about that because that went out on Discovery. And
No.
it was just PR or whatever. It came down and he's like, I don't know if they still do it or not, but he's like, yeah, they stopped doing that because it was like a big deal when they aired. I don't even remember when it aired.
Yeah.
But I remember watching it. It was a 2-week cycle one, but it was I remember they were throwing up and they were like, stick it in your pocket and they're like, roll, and the same what you're talking about, they showed one of the guy, he's just like, I want pancakes. He's like, they stick him in the back of the truck. He's like, I want pancakes or something like that. They're like, you're gone. You're gone, bro.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. Even in the stuff that I've done, it is kind of crazy sometimes when you're like, you still have everything, but then you see people that are pushed beyond their limit. I'm sure when you go to Delta, everyone's definitely trained up. But when you go to some of these other ones, like even with a scout sniper stuff, you're like, people are just like, I just can't do it. It's like, did you not show up? Or they start getting loopy or like, we haven't even started, man. Like, or, this isn't near the level that it could be. It's pretty wild to see that.
The craziest one to me is after a really hard event is when people quit. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, why would you quit now? It's over. It just never made sense to me. Mm-hmm. Like you made it through, and clearly you can make it through. I feel like quit before the event.
I talked to what was his name? I forgot, but he runs Hooley Golf Apparel. He's a Navy SEAL, and he was like in the SQT whatever, and during 9/11, so they got done with their training. They're almost SEALs or whatever. Yeah. This is back in 2001. He goes, we came back to the chow hall, and we were they're weeks away from finishing, or they're pretty much done. And they see it, the 9/11. They're like, we're going to war.
Yeah.
And one of the guys that was a stud, just absolutely crushing it, he quit. And they're like, what are you doing? Like, they all looked up to him because he just goes, basically he didn't want to go to war. He was just kind of
he just wanted to play SEAL.
Yeah, it was because everyone's like, what are you doing? Like, we're done. Like you're a Navy SEAL in the next month. Like you're going to a team, you're going to go to combat. So you're going to get to do what you want. And he just was like, I don't want to do it. And it was wild to me that, and he's like, some people just, they get in their head and they're, and he was crushing there's nothing to do with anything like that. It was just all up here. And like, I don't want to do it.
I don't want to die.
Yeah, I don't want to die. And by the way, I don't know, we could talk about this a little bit, but there was one, I had a panic attack. I didn't know what it was. It was it wasn't really a full, but I hyped myself up. I was in infantry school and I was watching Tigerland, which is a Vietnam training movie. Had Colin Farrell in it, whatever. So I'm sitting in my rack and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm going to war. And in my head, I'm like, can I do this? Can I do this? Right. And it's in basic infantry, but we're also infantry. There's no, moving around. We are going to be the cannon fodder. We are going to be, it was 2005. So this is we know we're going in. And so I remember having that existential crisis, for a few minutes. I just remember being like, oh my God, can I do it? Cause it's not we're in a hard selection, we're just going infantry, but you're going to war. Right. You're doing what you want to do. And I remember having I'm watching, I started kind of freaking out a little bit just because you get in your head. And I remember telling myself, I remember saying to myself, don't be a bitch. You're okay. Don't be a bitch. And then I calmed down. I was fine after that. But I can kind of get it where just because you are if you think too hard about something, especially going to war, that will, that can definitely mess with your head for sure. Be like, oh my God, I'm going to go into this room and people are going to shoot at me, or whatever. Or I'm,
It's not going to sound very humble. I just don't know another way to say it. Mm-hmm. But and I'm also a little bit self-aware. Mm-hmm. But people are like, man, you're wired right, or you're wired different, or you have a different mentality, or they're telling me. And actually, it should sound humble because it is. Mm-hmm. They're telling me the mentality that I have is just different. And I don't understand it. I don't I think David Goggins has an insane mentality. I think Joe Rogan has an insane mentality. Anyone who will get into a cold plunge every single morning, I don't have that type of fortitude to do that. The only thing that I have that I think is so simple, and because I don't think super highly of myself, I actually think if I can do this, I really think anyone can, like really. And it's this, that Navy SEAL was like, we were just kind of joking around, assuming what he was thinking is like, well, I don't want to die. My first reaction would, if that was a real concern of his, he'd be like, well, then don't die. Mm-hmm. Or, for you in infantry or going over, like, well, I don't want to fail. Then don't fail.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like whatever it is you're scared of, well, then don't do that. Mm-hmm. Why are we lamenting over things that we have no control over? And there's only one thing you have control over, and we've already talked about it, but it's so true, is how you prepare. Mm-hmm. The only thing you can do is prepare like a madman, and then you just let the chips fall wherever they fall. I didn't want to go to any selection and fail. I didn't want to go to any combat rotation and die. And sometimes it's luck. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's luck, and there's just some truth of that. Mm-hmm. But there's also another adage that's true, is the most prepared guys seem to be a lot luckier than the rest. Mm-hmm. And that's so true. So you have to control your brain, like your thoughts. Mm-hmm. You do, because it'll just go negative. Mm-hmm. It'll just go negative. What were you doing when you were having that kind of mental crisis?
Well, I mean, I was 18. I was in infantry school. I was just laying in my rack.
You were laying in your rack
watching a movie about war,
right.
And like the morality. It was like just one of those. It was like an indie film, right. Joel Schumacher. It was like, can you right. do this? Can you do that? Can you kill someone? And it's just right. You're sitting there like, oh, can I do it?
This goes to my point though. Yeah. You're laying in your rack, doing some, and I get. I'm not saying like you can never watch a movie and have downtime, but when I have those moments that I have to fight, it's usually right when I wake up. And I have a little bit of time sitting there before I get out of bed, and my mind never races, generally speaking, to positive things. It just laments over everything I have to do today, or just some random thing I didn't do right. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's 10 years ago. It was like, or something stupid I said, and all these negative thoughts are or how much I hate this guy, like whatever it is,
Yeah.
And it'll happen in the morning, sitting in bed. It'll happen at night, sitting in bed. Mm-hmm. Or if I get some random downtime during the day, that is when all the negative stuff happens. Mm-hmm. If you're not doing something, the idle hands is the devil's workshop.
Exactly, 100%.
It's an idle mind. Mm-hmm. That's the devil's workshop. Mm-hmm. Stay busy.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with you 100%.
Get out of bed, go to work. Mm-hmm. Stay busy all day. You won't have time to think about stupid things and have time to think about the what ifs and I might fails and this could go wrong and that could go wrong. Stay busy. Mm-hmm. And if you stay busy all day, when you lay down at night, you'll go right to sleep. And you won't have time to think about all the negative thoughts. You have to control the negative thoughts. And as soon as they come up, you have to go, nope. That's not what we're thinking about. What are we doing tomorrow to make sure that doesn't happen?
Exactly. Yeah. And I agree with you. I make goal lists. I've been doing that since I was a kid. So it's like, what do we, even today, like if it's simple, like create the reels, I got Brent coming over. I have 2 meetings. Let's get this done. Like I was up till 11 last night, one writing this out, also getting stuff in mind. It does help, like keeping busy and also that mentality too. I mean, like when guys get in their heads a little bit, like even, as we get older, I'm with you where it's like, am I doing enough right? Whatever. But then in my head, I'm like, one, I take stock of what you've done. And it's just, for me, it's just like, you've done this, you've done this, you've done this, and you've done this. Like the next thing you do what we did before, which is make the lists and make every day work towards that,
Well, the saying that the best measure of, what is it? We're going to cut this out because I hate screwing up a saying. Got it now.
Yeah.
The best measure of future success is past performance. Mm-hmm. And it's so true.
It's very true.
It's so true. And it's funny you say that. I have this, I deal with the same thing that you're like, that you deal with. Like every guy deals essentially the same things. And I have to stop and go, hold on. We've been successful before. Mm-hmm. Like what are you doing? Just same thing. Do everything you know how to do. And when it comes time, there's nothing you can do about it. Like it's going to send. Mm-hmm. And everything you prepared for and thought was going to happen isn't going to happen like that. I mean, it's a small, case study, if you will. But take this podcast, for example. You can use, I see your outline over there. You can have the largest outline that you want. You can do all the research, which I know you did because we talked about some of my former podcasts. But like once we hit the record button, you can't control what I say and where and where it goes. So all you can do is be prepared and also be prepared to change with whatever happens during game time.
Yep, absolutely. And I think, like I said, I think when we talked about that mentality too of like going into combat, being prepared, you do the same in life. But, I remember that mentality though too, because people had asked me, and I think this is the big separation of guys like us going into it, and maybe speaking for yourself, but like when you go in with that mentality, I remember people being, talking to me or like, hey, are you afraid of death? And I was just like, I remember saying, I told him, I was like, no, like I did everything I wanted, and if I go, I go. Like I went out the way I wanted to go, and so it is like, and even now, I've thought about this a lot, which is I'm not scared of death. It's more of who I leave behind now because I have 2 kids, I have a wife,
Absolutely.
And so,
Right.
and before we were married, it was like, no, I had a great run, if I'm out, I'm out, and I think and I went into my deployments. Like I didn't think I was going to come back. So my goal was to be, and again, we talked about this one on the Anti-Hero, when I think it does separate guys that keep going is just like, I'm going to do the best that I can. And again, I get chills thinking about it, but it's like, if someone's in contact, I'm going for them. And if I'm going to die doing it, I'm going to die doing it. Yeah. And it's just, if I die in a pile of brass, I die in a pile of brass. And that's more than okay with me, Yeah. And I think just kind of, and applying that to life too, you're like, look, man, like if you like wake up today and they're like, you got 12 hours. It was a good run. It was a good ride, And it's not the only emotion I get is just like, this sucks. I'm not going to watch my kids get older. I'm not going to be with my wife. Like that's it. And I know what that feels like when I was 18. And then again, emotions get all super high. But like I remember I used to stay awake at night because the clock would move slower before I would deploy. You know what I mean? Like you can't stop time, which is 2 great things, but the inevitable is coming, but then even in pain, it's going to end in one point or another. Sure. But it is, I remember just being like, man, I just got to hold on to this moment. I got to hold on to this time because I'm leaving and I don't know if I'm coming back. But once you get into it, then it's like, send me back over. Like I'm here to help the boys. Like I'm here to do some good, I'm here to do God's work or do whatever you want to do overseas, like hunt these guys down. And I think in warfare, because everyone, they've been writing about it for 5,000 years, they've been writing out since the Romans and we still talk about it. And I think that mentality hasn't changed where it's just like, you're just ready to go. So you perform, when people talk about the high performers and this is what I believe is like, you can't, I don't know if you say you can't teach that, but it's just one of those things where you're just like, that mentality has to be there. And I got nothing against guys that are finally like, you know what, I'm done. And like, absolutely, you've done your time. But when you have that mentality, I think that's the true separation. Because you guys, I'm sure you guys have been around guys that talk a big fucking game and then game time comes and guess what? They don't perform or they're just not good at what they do. And sometimes it's that mentality just like, yeah, man, like I don't care if I die or not. And it's like, I'm there to do what I need to do. And if I go, I go. And I think that truly is once you make peace with, or say peace with death, or you make your peace with God and you accept death, it's like, that's like literally the next level. And to be a war fighter or for the long term and to be proficient at what you do in combat, I feel like once you open that gate, that's where we all live. Yeah. In that time frame.
It sucks, and people who aren't a part of this may think it's a little bit petty, but I had a teammate in one of my SF teams, teammates with him for years, still in group text messages with most guys on that team. Walk the walk. Talk the talk. Worked out like an absolute madman. Shot well, was just from the outside looking in, just the epitome of a Green Beret. Went to a really tough deployment combat wise with the commandos in 2008. Got to see a lot of action. It was a great deployment, and he essentially was nowhere to be seen when we really needed him. And ever since that deployment, I don't know if I've ever talked to him again. And it's like you're dead to me. And we were really good friends. We were in QPs together. That's how far back we go. We went to selection together. Went through the Q course together. Had several deployments with them. And then, but when things were the worst, you weren't. You weren't willing to do the hard things you said you were willing to do for years. And I guess the truth is the deployments before, let's just take, for example, the Iraq deployment before was pretty easy deployment, even though it was fun and we saw combat, if you will. We hit a lot of houses that we got no resistance from. We detained a lot of guys. We didn't shoot our rifles almost at all during that rotation. But we did great things, and we went after high value targets. And sometimes when you plan missions correctly, you don't get into firefights because you inserted, with proper planning, and your route in was correct, and you're hitting them in the middle of the night, and you're using, proper tactics and techniques. And sometimes we talk about valor medals. Sometimes, and it's so true. A lot of valor medals are handed out because of poor planning or poor execution. Not all of them. Gosh, no one adrenalize me on that one. But I've seen it time and time again. Like, well, yeah, you got a valor medal because that was a shitty plan. And you guys put yourself in that predicament, and you had to fight your way out. So we did a lot of things right as well. But that Afghanistan rotation was just nasty, and he wasn't up for it. And so, if this is you want to wear the long tab, you want to wear that silly little hat, I don't care where you're at. You want to wear a trident, you want to separate yourself and say that you're willing to do things that other men won't, and then you don't do it when the time comes. I'm petty, whatever word you want to use for it. I actually don't care what word you use. I can't see past it, and I won't. And even this day, we're retired. I still don't say hi to one. Yeah, that's a weird thing to bring up on a podcast. Yeah, but it's true.
Yeah. No, and like I said, I get that. Like, especially if you've been going through it that long, and it's like, dude, this is when we need it the most. Like I said, that combat's a great equalizer. I think war is the ultimate test of man. It's like, and not everyone's got it. Like I get that. I think especially in our culture now, like, back in the day, I think everybody was in on it. Like 90% of the population, like, all right, if we gotta go die like on this human wave across the battlefield, I guess we're doing it. Whereas like now it's like very small percentage of our culture, even worldwide culture and all that stuff. It's just not as common.
If you think about it, from we're talking about mentality and how long war's been going on. One of my favorite books is the I keep wanting to say 300 because that's the movie now.
What is it?
But that's the gosh, I just said it's one of my favorite books. We're gonna have to edit this out because I'm gonna look silly.
What movie was it? I could probably
300 was the movie, but loosely.
Gates of Fire.
Gates of Fire. I kept on saying
or something. I think it's Gates of Fire.
Gates of Fire. I was going to say hot gates, warm gates, but those are terminology that 300 used. Anyway, start this over. One of my favorite books. You're going to edit this out, right?
No. Why would I do that?
Perfect.
Yeah.
One of my. I hope I edited something out for you and you feel bad.
You didn't.
Did you say something stupid?
No. Well, I probably did, but you guys didn't edit anything out.
You know what? Now I'm going to edit something in to make you look silly, just to get back at you.
Just cut to me in some weird, whatever. Yeah.
Thank you. Gates of Fire.
Yep.
I think I read that during the Q course. But what stood out more than anything to me about that book wasn't like the battles and like the storyline. It was the mentality. Like, and 300 like does a good job of capturing like the Spartan mentality. But the book does an even better job. And it's amazing. And, any young man, I don't even care if you're in the military or not, read that book. And that is, I don't want to say it's such an odd perspective that like, I don't know how to explain it very well other than we're indoctrinated to have like this view on manhood and this view on what's courageous and this view that it's really hard to see a different perspective because it's the norm is the norm. And so unless someone comes and tells you something different, you're not going to see it. And when I read that book, I was like, man, I never thought about war in that way. I'll give examples. I'm going to butcher these sayings, but essentially one of the squires or one of the guys trained to be a Spartan went up to go see what battle actually looked like because he'd seen these guys train for a long time, but he'd never actually seen battle. And when he goes up there on the hill and watches the battle, he's horrified. He's like, guys are screaming for their mom. Guys are screaming in pain. Guys he'd never thought he'd ever see scared were scared. Guys he thought were unkillable were dying. He was like, he comes back and he's shaking. He's like, I thought this was the worst thing I'd ever seen in my life. And you guys are always running around talking about like how great war is. I just saw war. War ain't great, buddy. And Polynikes overhears this and calls him over and goes, let me tell you about war. He's like, war is amazing. Like only in the holy millstone and grinding of war do you actually see what a man is made of. Only in war do the best of men actually shine through. Like, don't be fooled that the arts and and being kind are these things that you should strive for to be a man. Like those are easily achievable. Like what you see at war, like brothers defending brothers, like that is the ultimate level of manliness. And I really probably should have brought it up and read it verbatim because like what his retort to him, like I read that going, wow, like I didn't see the second half coming, like the way he was able to explain the goodness. I know this is going to sound like such an oxymoron, but only guys maybe who have seen it like understand that what the goodness of war actually is. And people can hear that for a second, cut that into a shortened clip sound bite and be like, what is this guy talking about? He's an idiot. But again, but anyone who would have heard me kind of just laid that out and has been there to some degree. I'm not glorifying war completely, but I'm also not saying, hey, like for you idiots out there to go, hey, war isn't the answer. Violence is never the answer.
Give war a chance.
Hold on, and if sometimes war is the answer, let me tell you, true war isn't completely bad. Like you've been talking to a guy who's had some really bad days. Like both of us know, we can talk about how horrible it was, but when after this, when me and you go have a cigar out back, we're not going to talk about how horrible war is. Like, what do we talk about?
How awesome it was. Yeah.
And so, it's weird. It's from the outside, maybe it's weird to hear, but that book really encapsulates that mindset.
And I think so. And I love that you brought that up. Like in that book, and I brought this up on other podcasts too. It's like for me, film translated that exact same thing. Like you watch Saving Private Ryan, it's not glorifying it, but you see through action that story structure, brotherhood. You know, they also have brotherhood. You know, and fighting wars, you're going to lose. But what's the end goal mission? What's the overall? But also too, it's just like you're here to do a job, and guys that have only fought wars that truly been in combat, like truly been into combat. Understand that this is absolutely necessary, and like you have to have people willing to do violence on other people, like. And be very good at it. And also, I wouldn't say enjoy it, but, my wife, we were having fireworks. She's like, we make jokes about PTSD all the time. She's like, with the fireworks going on. And she's like, do you actually like, because my brother-in-law was over too this last weekend. And she's like, so what do you like, how do you actually react to that? And I was like, honestly, it's like, I miss it. It's thrilling. Like I hear the firecrackers that she goes, does it actually sound? I was like, yeah, sometimes. I mean, you hear like as I said, it's in the distance. It's in the boom, 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 boom. Yeah. And I was like, honestly, I enjoy it. Like I told her, I was like, when I went into Ukraine in 2022, I was like, I felt at home. Like I felt like I crossed that border and I was like, man, I am back to what I felt every time I stepped on that plane to go back into combat when I was in the Marines. Every time I stepped on that plane to go back into Afghanistan as a contractor, because to turn it, knowing I might turn it on is just like, and also, how to operate, like again, we talk about guys he's a good dude. He's dependent. Like, you're a part of that. And the group of us that you can turn it on when you need to turn it on. And you're good at it. You're good at war. And that's another thing that I know people get into trouble with, but like you're good at war. Right. Like you can operate in the black, like under fire and being able to make decisions calmly and strategically. And you guys got it's almost about repetitions and being really good at it. I was fortunate enough to have enough reps before my battle, but that's, I think, what it comes down to. It's just like you're good at it. You're good at war. And I think some of these guys they don't want to admit it. You want to be humble. We talk about the humble thing, but at the end of the day, it's like, I'm fucking good at war. Yeah, you're good at it, and you can go in, you can do what you need to do, and you can get out, or you can handle yourself in the chaos, the mastery in the chaos.
Self-control is, I think, one of the, maybe one of the most underrated attributes of a man. And what I mean by that is the self-control of being able to control your emotions, control your thoughts. All those things are controllable. You just choose not to. But to control your violence. You talked about, getting a chance to unleash your violent side. And this war on, toxic masculinity and that men are violent. Good men are violent. And that sounds like a weird thing to say, but you're not a good man if you're not capable of violence. You're not a peaceful man if you're not capable of violence. You're peaceful because that's the only speed or mode you have. That's the only thing you're capable of. When violent men are peaceful, that's something, because they chose to be peaceful. And they probably could have ended this in a different way if they wanted to. But they chose to work it out because they can control their emotions.
That's a Jordan Peterson quote, which I think was great. It was that he said, "A good man is a violent man that has it under control," or something along those lines. I know
that's exactly right. Yeah, I've heard that before, and that's the speech I'm kind of referencing. I've said this before in the past. He just said it better than than I did. But it's absolutely true. Like, you have to have violent men in a society, but you have to have men with self-control, and that's in several aspects. But you're right.
It was funny. I was listening to some podcasts yesterday. It's funny you bring up the self-control aspect, because that's they're talking about the younger generation now, but it's like, your self-control, and that means a lot of things. That means like self-control is going to get up and working out in the morning. Self-control is not over drinking. Self-control can be so many other things. Self-control is not playing video games for 9 hours. You can play video games for 9 hours one day out of the week, but then go and be constructive with that.
Not scrolling through TikTok for 2 hours.
Exactly. Yeah. It's that self-control aspect. And like I said, even, that, and I agree with you. I mean, it's that funny saying, like, give violence a chance, but another thing too is, I think it's another great quote, is like, look, the Western society, like, this is like the era we live in is an anomaly. Like, our default settings, like this is not default. The U.S. and what the West is not a default setting. Default settings, you take out this power grid, we're all on our own again. And like, ironically, even worse off than we were 100 years ago. I think that's always a funny thing to talk about.
Absolutely.
It's like 100 years ago, we're
not set up for it.
We're not set up for it. Yeah. Like I've told Amanda this, and dude, when COVID hit, guess where, all my in-laws and some of my friends came out to the suburbs or during the George Floyd riots. Yep. I ended up having to respond to them, but they all came out. And I was like, can you imagine? Like, that's just riots, right? And guess who has guns in their house? I do, So they were like, we're going to Ethan and Amanda's because, and then my wife, she's amazing. She's a Democrat, but she's like, she's great. And, but, even to me, she's like, now I talk about it on a podcast. So, but, she's like, don't, he's like, we got our conceal and carry, that's, and she's like, she knows when if hey, we have pistols in our house. Like she talks about, guns and gun control, whatever. But like when I leave the house for a week or so, she's like, don't tell anybody this, as I'm telling it on a podcast. She's like, don't tell anybody this. She goes, I took that pistol. Now we have a toddler, so she can't pick it out. But when my daughter was like a 1 or whatever, she's like, she takes the pistol out of the Glock, out of the stop box and like keeps it on her, she's ready to do violence. I'm like, and she's like, don't judge. I was like, why would I ever judge you? I was like, I'm so happy you told me that. I didn't even know she did it. And I was like, I'm very happy you did that. You're willing to defend the family while I'm gone, You took the Glock, and we bought her own Glock. Like, I have a Springfield XD. The Glock fits her hand better. And by the way, she's a really great shot, like naturally great shot. And so I was like, yeah, that's good. The magazine's in there, the bullets in the chamber. She's like, well, what happened? I was like, just point at them and keep squeezing the trigger till nothing happens. Like, that's it. That's all you got. You're not trained to do that, but you're at least willing to say, I am going to defend this house. Like because Ethan's not here. So she's willing to do violence. I have to be willing to do violence. So is she. But our society is we're not at default setting, No. And I think too, we can talk about this too. I think this way, like, I don't say veteran content, but I think that veteran mentality and civilians seeing it, I think that's why it always hits well on algorithms, because it's just a natural human, emotion to be like, okay, you're going to look up to people, and who do they look up to? The warrior class, the guys have been to war. Like we've done all these crazy hard things. Like, you've done crazy hard things. By the way, not even talk about SF or selection or just trying out for scout snipers, whatever. Like in combat, like you're in 125 degree heat and I'm patrolling for 8 hours. That's fucking hard. Right. And every corner I turn, I think I'm gonna get my head blown off by a sniper. And we got hit with IEDs, and it's like we haven't slept more than 2 hours in the last week at a time. Like those are, beyond the cool guy stuff or beyond whatever. Right. Like we've been through like that really psychologically, physically exhausting phases. Yep. Like knowing how far your body can go. Like that's a wild place to go when you're like, dude, like, I don't know if you can replicate it. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where like, I don't know if I could do what I did at 18. And not because I was younger, but it's like, God, you don't know what the standard is. And if you are beat so into the ground and that's your your baseline, like, it's like, man, you learn a lot from that. And I think
a podcast full of quotes this time, but, and poorly recited quotes, and half I can't remember who they came from, but the
awesome philosophical talk.
Right, yeah. But it doesn't mean what the quote, the intention of the quote got lost, and makes it any less impactful. But a Greek philosopher said like one of the biggest shames in life, he's referring to fitness, is being a young man and not knowing what the human body is capable of. And even though I'm not like decrepitly old, I'm 45, but I'm like I got off the plane yesterday. Like some of the injuries from the grenade shrapnel, it severed part of my one of my sciatic nerve in my leg, and so if I sit for too long, like my leg stops working. And they thought, they said nerves heal really slow, and they're like, it's like same thing with the I have nerve damage in my right arm, both from the grenade shrapnel and being shot, and the ulnar nerve. It wasn't completely severed, but it was injured in several spots. Like, hey, like there's a chance it just eventually heals itself, but it'll take a long time. does not look like it'll ever heal itself. In fact, it's been getting worse if you ask me. But anyway, so I just have, my right knee just for sometimes will just get this just sharp pain in it while I walk. It'll come out of nowhere. It'll be so sharp I can't even put weight on it. And I just have to stop for a little bit. Give it 10, 15, 20 seconds. It'll go away, and then I can walk again like nothing. It happens once every couple months. Just my body's just, my back hurts all the time. Just old man stuff. I just the only thing that pisses me off a little bit is like, I think I'm a little too young to have the amount of problems that I have. I really, like, I do. I'm a little upset about it. I'm like, I'm not 60. Like, what's with everything going on? But anyway, but I think about that quote and I look back and I go, like, thank God. Yes, I'm old and I'm a lot weaker now. I'm not jacked. I can't run. There's a lot of things I can't do. But there was a time in my life that I was just an absolute machine. I've had times in my life that I could bench 350 pounds. I had times in my life that I could squat and deadlift 500 pounds. I had a time in my life I could walk 40 miles with 65-pound dry rucksack. I had a time in my life that I could run a 6-minute mile. I know what my body was truly capable of, and it's a good feeling. Yeah,
100%. And I 100% agree with you. Like, everything that I did for training, and it's the same thing. Like, even in like the combat role, it's like the stuff that we did, like on my first pump, that was like really truly like the baseline of pain and misery. And it's just like, but you take it a day at a time, it's like a day at a time. And you look back and you're like, how did we even get through that? And it's like, you look back, and at the time you're like, that's not a big deal. It's just what we do. But it's just like, no, you step back and you're like, Jesus, man. Like, right. And I mean, before that, I'm with you, which was, I'll take it even a step further, which was like some of the most crazy physical fitness stuff I've ever been through was actually going into wrestling camps. Like, I would do the Jay Robinson, you'd get a shirt. And that was the first time really setting goals, which was, there's a 10-day, and it was, you'd see guys wear it at the wrestling meets. And if you could only get the shirt if you had so many, they base off the Rangers, it's like you get marks throughout every day. And if you get too many, you do not get this shirt that says I did it. Okay. It's all it is. It's a shirt that says I did it. I did it, on the back it says like, I'm going to heaven because I've already been through hell, Jay Robinson, camp. And when you're a kid, that's like a big deal, But of course. When you set that mentality at a young age, because a lot of people run into it in their 20s or maybe their 30s, but like at 14, 15 years old, I was like, I'm getting that shirt. Like, that's something. Like, everyone's like, you've been the J-Rob. Like, if you walked in the next year and you had the I did it shirt, everyone like looks at you like, oh shit, okay. Like, you did the 10-day. Yeah. You did, and there's a 10 mile, I think it's a 10 mile run at the end of it. So at the very end of that 10 days, you go and do 10 miles. And I trained up to do that 10 mile. Yeah. But those workouts, those 3 days on a wrestling mat, holy shit. Holy shit. Like, I remember there's just times you're just pushing your body and I don't even know how you do it. And I know it sounds kind of corny and people are like, well, that wasn't combat. I was like, yeah, but I mean, like, look, man, like wrestling, it's like UFC fight. Like, you go into those training, dude, those like, I mean, yeah, selections are hard. Everything, that's all hard. But doing that time on the mat, it's just your mentality and how hard you can push your body. And that, like I said, I take a step further. I'm with you. I'm like, things I did when I was in my teens. I went into the Marine Corps, was in amazing shape, went back to the wrestling mat. I almost passed out. Like, doing because guys would always come back and like, oh, I'll wrestle with you for a few rounds at the end of the practice. Guys, after they left high school, but I was literally going to Afghanistan. I was like, all right, cool. I'm in good shape. I'll roll around with the guys a little bit when I came back home, for a day and see everybody, say hi. And dude, I was like, it's the first time I was like, whoa, like I was like seeing stars, because you just haven't been in that type of shape for a few years. I
think we talked about this either during or for sure before or after the Antihero podcast, was the moment, like, kind of realization I had after being on teams for a while and going, there are a lot of guys in special operations that were high school wrestlers. There's more high school wrestlers in special operations than anything else, than high school football players, high school, name the sport. And it has to do with I didn't wrestle in high school, but just like you were a wrestler, I said we're inundated with them, so I get to hear like all their high school stories, and it's always jumped out at me and be like, wow, that's a lot to ask of a high school kid.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it's too much. And I know we talked about this because I was like, I actually think it's too much to ask of a high school kid. Like, you can't ask a high school boy whose hormones and testosterone and chemicals are going crazy and be like, cut 15 pounds.
Yeah, right.
Next week. You're like, come on, that can't be healthy.
And it's the discipline and it's the mentality.
But the discipline.
Yeah.
There it is. That's discipline. So the self-control it takes to be just even a high school wrestler is insane. But we always but everyone knew it like in high school, like walking down the halls and seeing like the couple weird kids walking around in trash bags, and they didn't care what anyone thought because they were so determined to do what they needed to do. They didn't care what anyone thought. They had a goal, and their goal was more important than what anyone thought about them or anything else. And that type of characteristic sets you up for success, whatever you want to do.
And I think too, I know it's an individual sport. And on team nights, when you do the team, it's an individual sport, but you can pinpoint where the failures were. And you do not want to let the team down, even though it's just you're like, basketball, people blame each other or whatever. Football, I was a football player. Yeah. It was all right. I wasn't I didn't really care much for it. But wrestling though, even if you lost the match, don't get pinned. And so it came down to 1 or 2 points. Yeah. And so you can be like, you didn't do your job. I know you didn't. Yeah. I know you are better than that. Yeah. Why didn't you get more points? Or why don't you? So at the end of that, and it came down to somebody pull it out. So if there's a kid that just sucks, but guess what? He had a great night. And those 2 points that flipped, that wins us the team match, And
it's a great equalizer. Like I said, I was undersized. Guess what? Doesn't matter if you're 6'7" or 5'7". Like when you're wrestling, it's body weight. Yep. So everyone's sized up appropriately. Yep. Which is huge in sports.
And I loved it too because look, you won. And the parents were great. I hate basketball parents. And I got kids. I'm sure you got kids. I got kids growing up. But wrestling parents, if your son got his ass handed to him, they're just like, good job. Like your kid beat mine. My kid needs to train harder. Or you get caught. Guess what? It doesn't matter. You got caught. You were number 1 at state. Guess what? Nobody just pinned you the next year because they caught you. They got lucky. They caught you. But guess what? You just won, and that's and it's great. But you lose, it's on you. You win, it's on you. And there's nowhere to run because there's nowhere else to run. And by the way, you'll see people trying to run around the mat, or that don't want to be on the mat. And they're just like, I'm super, and like.
Well, I guess there's a little place to run.
Yeah, it ain't much. It's about a 5 foot circle. Yeah, not enough. Yeah. And you see it, and it's just, and you know what? Sometimes it's like accepting your fate. We're just like, God, this is gonna suck, but you got to get out there. You got to do it anyways. Like I came on to mats, and I'm like, I'm gonna get my ass beat today. And it wasn't like, I wish you had a better mentality. It's like, no. This guy is a national champ. There's, and I was like, if I can hang with him for 30 seconds, that's a win. And I went out there and I would just give my, and I was a pretty good wrestler. I was a state qualifier and ranked in state my senior year, but dude, there's other guys that just drove me into the ground, and sometimes you just got to take your lickings, Yep. So I always, not to be, talk about high school sports, but for me, wrestling, it's important. It's important. I think it establishes at such a young age. Like everyone does goal setting now. Like, dude, I was I was fortunate. The goal setting started at 13, 14 years old. And now it's a trend, and it's like, it's great. It's a great sport.
Well, you want to make it worse? I'll go back before high school sports. My son plays 10-year-old tackle football, and on the off season he plays 10-year-old flag football, and he's been on championship teams and he's been on bad teams, and again, it won't sink in yet. Just like being short. Creates what's the word? What I say earlier?
The Napoleon syndrome.
No. Like when I was undersized, builds character. Builds character.
Yeah.
I didn't want to hear it. People told me all the time. Didn't want to hear it. And And I got older and it rang true. I was like, oh man, everything those guys just tell me where it's actually right. And now we're to a point where my son finishes my sentence, but it doesn't matter who you are when you win. Like, it's easy to be humble when you win. It's easier not to be humble when you win too. And you're talking about like losing and getting pinned by like some national qualified guy. You want to know who you are? You are who you are when you lose. That's who you are.
Shake hands.
Shake hands.
You're
match. Humiliated. Shake hands. How are you going to take this? Are you going to walk and be like, wrestling stupid, football stupid, I don't want to do this anymore? Or are you going to go back and be like, all right, I just got embarrassed and that's on me. 1, take responsibility for it. 2, all right, just taking the responsibility is enough. What are you going to do about it now? And then 3, at the end of the day, that's just an empty promise until you do something about it. What plan are you going to make sure that this failure never happens again? Failure at a young age is a gift. It's an absolute gift. And not to jump over into politics, but this is why we're reaping what we sowed with this everyone wins a trophy mentality and everybody play nice together. That's not what builds men. Failures build men.
And it's, again, in our culture, and we'll talk about some other stuff too, but I agree with you. I mean, we're older, so I don't see it as much, I think it's, that was only a few years ago, but it was actually like 15 years ago, but like, they talk about it and, and the coddling of the young, or not even coddling, but like the demasculation of young men. And the feminization, they also call it, and all this other stuff. And like, look, it is true. It's a soft society. And then you start seeing a younger generation actually starting to flip the script a little bit. And they're like, we don't like this. And
pendulum swinging.
It's it's also, I think, just human nature. You need to be pushed. And I think men need to be pushed a lot more than women. Like, women, it's, you can see they're thriving, et cetera. But they always, they'll be like, we don't want this type of man. It's like, yes, you do. Like 100%, yes, you do. Like, and me and my wife come from I always call it the pre-Trump era.
Okay.
So we started dating like a year before, and she comes from like the country, even there and whatnot. But yeah, we're Democrat Republicans, but it's like but no one was ever like this. I was like, you understand? Like, I would go party on college campuses in 2010, 11. Dude, everyone was it was the best. It was the best. Everyone's like, hey, what do you think of this? I did this. Or, what do you think of war of Afghanistan? And I'd explain. And everyone it was like everyone got along. There was you'd be like, who'd you vote for? Oh, Obama, Bush. Oh, okay, cool. My dad voted for Bush. I voted for Obama. Like, no one cared. No one cared. But I agree with you. And when it came to masculinity too, I mean, the end of the day, everyone's, especially when it came to women, was like, I wish you would be more like this or more disciplined or doing this. It's like, or being like, when are you going to man up? Like, man up.
Yeah.
Like, and that means different things for everybody. Like, man up means stop playing video games. And you take responsibility. Or man up means, hey, I got to balance between work and family. I got to pick up my kid, or I got, or something else, or showing up on time, or whatever it is, whatever it is. It means different things, but it is like man up, like they're depending on you. And it's not always fine. Yeah, I think some people like, it's always, some guys mistake, I think, financials for it. I'm like, no, it's not even financially. It's like just people can be poor and you can be the best dad ever. You can be the best husband ever, and people are not, you could be making less than your wife. It's about being masculine for your family, and you're starting to kind of see that come back a little bit more now. I think everything's moved so fast in our cultures. Like, you'll see things flip within a few years because it's not a slow moving anymore because of social media.
It's funny you say that about financials. I think, again, you're going to generalize here, but I think for the most part, women care about what a man makes more than men do. And as far as like the measure of a man, and we see it all the time, like a guy can be introduced, a middle class guy can get introduced to an upper class, very wealthy guy, and just because he makes a lot of money doesn't mean like he's part of the boys. Like, men don't generally care.
No.
And in fact, if you're a rich guy with douchey qualities, a guy's going to look at me like, whew, all that money, don't care. Like if that's what it takes to make money, I'm happy with where I'm at. But if you think about it from like a female's perspective, how many rich douchey guys get like really hot girls because they want to be provided for, and it means more to them. Again, not everyone. There's plenty of. I would go on a limb and say not enough still, because no one should ever care. Should put money above integrity and characteristics and character. But it happens all the time. But yeah, just as you're talking about that, it just made me think. Guys don't really care what each other make. Oh, we really don't.
No. In fact, my buddy's like, "That good for you, man."
Yeah,
like I'm always like,
good for you.
Yeah.
He's a cool guy. Oh, he's rich and a cool guy. Oh man, awesome. Yeah, some guys have all the luck. Good for him.
Yeah, he's crushing it. Like, I need to call him, see what he's doing. I do that all the time. I'm like, oh, all right. Like, I'm trying to. What did you do? Like, what are you doing?
But if you're not cool to hang out with, like, you can't fake it. And you will not have guy. In fact, the only guy friends you have are guys just like you.
Yeah.
Which isn't what. And I assure your friend club is not fun to hang out with.
Yeah, that was funny. Like my wife enjoys it more and more. When I get the boys together, it's not often. Like we got young kids, we're all young families, so we'll get together whenever we can. But yeah, she enjoys it. Well, I think when the boys get together and we start talking shit and having a good time. She secretly enjoys. She's like, it's fun,
I'll reverse that a little bit. Unless she's just really, really shallow girl. Even if he happens to get a decent girl, he won't have her for long. She will eventually leave him for a blue collar, good guy, manly guy, protector, a violent man who can control his violence. Because they'll say what's important to them, and they'll say that's not the type of man they want. But I agree with you. I've seen over my lifetime more and more and more that briefs well when they're younger, and they come to find out that's actually not the type of man I want. Because that type of man ends up having these characteristics and treating me this way, or I end up just don't respect him. And it doesn't work out.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That comes full circle.
Yep, 100%. And again, I think that's the newer generation. They're kind of getting hold because it's like I think like I said, manning up or the masculinity. It's like doing hard things. Like you can go after your business and that business not making money, and then she's like seeing that. It's like all that. I mean, like my wife, I was making more money than any of them because I was a contractor. But then I was like, yep, this is, I'm going to be broke now for the next few years and doing Amazon Flex and doing that because I am pursuing what I would love to do. And like knowing like I will make money. I know I'm going to because I'm not going to quit this. So it's either not make money, be painful the rest of my life, or let's like start working hard and making money at this and figuring that out. You got to figure it out, and my field's notorious for that. People don't make it more than a few years, and
why do you think that is?
It's hard. Being a creative and being a businessman is two completely different things. So creatives, and not saying they don't want to hunt down the work. They love the work. They love the creativity. They'll crush it. It's being the sales. Okay. Being a salesman is the hard part, going out and finding the clients and then doing all the paperwork and doing that legwork is the hard part. And it's always, and you're always fighting. So now you're, and a lot of creatives aren't like numbers people. So it's kind of, you know what I mean? Like
it's a left brain, right brain thing.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Like, and that's why you see some of the most successful media companies aren't actually creatives. They're like producers. Then the producer finds the client, they can pitch the idea, and then the producer hires on the camera operator, the cinematographer, the director, the art house. And then once you get a good, a lot of these guys are just contractors that contract to media companies, and if, and some can do both. Like I can do both. I do creativity better, but I can do business like well enough to make good money. Like, but it's tough for guys that just, and they're really, I've seen a ton of people talented, but it's just like, if you don't get it, you don't get it. And it's hard. Or you have to go find a W-2 at like a creative agency per se. And then those jobs are really, depending on where you are in the country, it's we have our own filmmaker community that's like that,
I like that you said that actually because I was going to bring it back around. I was like, it was kind of like a left brain, right brain thing. You're like, yeah, because generally that's what you get. People lean over towards the arts and music and or the other side of it, science, technology, math, engineering, and they're rarely the same person. But again, I feel like we've accepted that. That's just absolutely not true. Like, I run a business. I'm good with numbers. I love music. I can play guitar. I can play piano.
Yep.
Like why do we assume or like push that, hey, you're going to be one or the other? Like, you can be both.
Yeah.
You can.
100%.
I'm not saying naturally you might gravitate like, but that's the same with anything. You're always going to naturally be better at one or the other. But it just goes back to mindset. Like, well, you this is what you're good at. This is what you do. So this is what you don't do. Says who? Want to play guitar? I'm gonna go play guitar. Want to play piano? Play piano. Like, it's weird. At some point I'm gonna be not so busy. I'm learning how to play a violin. There's a little guilty pleasure that I don't think I've ever said out loud, but I do. Like, I'm one day going to sit down and learn that. So it's a horrible comparison. But at the end of the day, if we don't look at all of our enemies throughout history, if they were like a legit enemy of America, we've been a superpower for a long time. If they're our enemy, that means they're a superpower. It means they did something we should probably look into. So I hate that I even have to go through this, but I do. So I'm going to tell a Hitler story.
Okay. Violins, the Hitler.
But this is what I mean by this. Hitler was an evil man. You got to get out all the normal stuff. Like, but as a leader, he was. If you can't go look at Hitler and say, "Hey, what did he do right?" Like, he mobilized a whole nation that almost took over the world. You better look and see what he did and how he did it and take some notes. His officer, he was very adamant that his officers, and he's quoted as saying, "I want them as graceful on the battlefield as they are on the dance floor." He wanted, it's a weird thing to want your officers to do, but he wanted them to dance. Essentially what he wanted is he wanted it's really no different. We just call it something cooler at times, like the full man or the whole man concept. He wanted the whole man concept. And there's something to be said about that. And German officers were good at their job, and maybe that type of way of creating, a leader is something we should look into. Anyway,
I agree with you. I think especially with the whole man concept, but even when I was younger, I always wanted to be better, even if it's in life. So it's like, all right, cool. Like, if I'm going to be a boyfriend, I want to be the best boyfriend, or if you know what I mean? Like, just, I want to be good at, talking through communicating problems, but also at the same time, I'm going back into combat. So I want to know communications. I want to know how to shoot, not only shoot, move, communicate, but also, on that deployment, third deployment, I love the radio. I love medical. I love, because I could do, and I knew how to work all the machine guns, and I knew what the value was. I knew where the map, I knew everything. And because you're the holistic, everything. And you're not saying you're amazing at one or the other. You might be amazing at one thing, but like, you are very good at at all of them. And you can be very good at all, and I agree. And I mean, that's the combat side, but I agree with you. As like in a civilian aspect, you can be the whole man,
we just talked about left brain, right brain stuff. There's a really good example. I was in 18 Echo. Like, we generally think of the military when we think of the radio nerds, right? Oh,
or it sucks. Like, you don't want to be a radio guy.
He's a commo guy. Yeah. So he's just a beeps and boops guy. He's probably 150 pounds. He's a nerd, but he keeps the radios going. So we love him. But he's not your war fighter. But special forces, as I was one as a Green Beret, a percentage of our Green Berets have to be, like, according to their job, they have to be equal parts commo nerd and snake eater, or you're not good at your job. And you can't be overly good at one or the other, or you'll suck at your job. You can't be overly grunt and not know how to work your radio because your whole team is depending on you. I was the only commo guy on my team for the first 2 deployments I was on, and that was when I was the most junior. You want to talk about the weight of the world, not having experience behind you, not having all that, that past performance that proves I can go into the world and I know these guys depend on me to make commo. And if anything happens, nothing happens without commo. Doesn't matter how good your medic is. If I can't get a bird here because our commo isn't working, we're stuck. If we can't go on, and go on a mission, if commo goes out, we can't get the birds back. I guess we're going into an E&E corridor because we lost comms. Birds ain't coming to get us. So it just goes, but the other side can't be true either. You can't be so good at being a radio guy that you're not a shooter. Because you're only 12 guys in the middle of, Taliban no man's land. Every gun counts. So it just goes back to like not accepting that, that the normalities of, hey, you're either this or you're this. No, it says who.
Yeah, exactly. And it's adapt and learn. Like that comes down to, I think, that work ethic, or it's even discipline and the, just being like, hey, well, then I have to learn it. I might suck at it, or at least, but I need to learn books though. You know what I mean? Like, well, then learn it. Like and sometimes, you get to a point where like, that's where I think some people thrive. It's like, you know what? I suck at websites. I did the first one. I'm going to pay somebody to do it because now I'm making money, but at least you're getting it done. You're problem solving. Okay, cool. That's more on our creative side, sometimes like, all right, yeah, maybe you're not good at this, then hire an accountant. All right, cool. Now we're moving. Hire a sales guy. Okay, now we're moving. Now
but I love what you said at the beginning, which is important, which is we had to do all this at the beginning of FRCC. Do it yourself first. Hate to say it, even if you're not good at it, do it yourself first. Find out how hard it is. Find out the in and outs of it. Because when you hire someone who's going to take over that, hopefully, and eventually, they can't pitch you some BS. You're like, no, I may not be the expert, but I know the process, or they're going to try to pitch you. Your business will be different than any other business out there. I promise you. My particular there's plenty of other coffee companies, cigar companies, bourbon companies out there. I assure you, my problems are uniquely specific to me. I assure you. There will be some similarities here and there, but the only person that knows your problems the best are you. No one else is going to come outside and identify your problems and fix it. So the only way to properly identify your problems is you have to do the crappy jobs. You have to go out on sales. You have to be your fulfillment. You have to do your own books for as long as you have to do all those, I would say, for as long as possible. Because then you will truly be able to, when you bring in help, you will have to guide that help, and they'll guide you. It'll be a little bit of a mutual working relationship there, but they can't do it all by themselves. They will not do it. They will not come in with a magic bullet all by themselves. No,
100%. And like, so starting the small business, that's absolutely 100%. I've done all that stuff, still doing some of that stuff, and you're still making those. It's the worst. Yeah. It is the worst.
It's the best. It's the worst.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. And even when it comes down to like our field, like filmmaking or whatever, like I know editing very well. So when I hand it off to an editor, and I've worked with clients, which is totally cool, but they have no idea how the camera works. They have no idea how editing works. They just know the final product.
Yeah.
And that's what they're paying you for because they're writing the check. So, it is very much like, so when you get on with an editor, it's great, when you get an editor that knows what they're doing. But sometimes it's like, because I know how to do that, we shot for this. Sometimes they just ask like, cool, I'll help you assemble. But you can, if they get stuck, you can be like, this is what I envisioned. This is how you do it. Yeah. Technically, put this shot here, put this shot here. Yeah. They fade in and out and they're like, oh, okay, got it. And then they move, but you're just knowing everything on the crew. It's like knowing everyone's job, but you have your primary, it's always helpful because you know what the grips are doing. You understand the diffusion, you understand amps. Like, so when I got my degree in cinematography, I did it because I wanted to know how to make films, not the theory of films.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about them. I want to know how to make it.
Yeah.
And so I want to know how they lit it, because that's how you actually get things done. Like, what is the equipment? What, on the technicals, how much data does it take now? How does it actually look good? Because it's like, hey, what's the backlight? What's side light? What's this? What's that? Angles. So I wanted to know that, because then I could direct my own films.
Right.
And know everything better too. Is like, cool, this is what it looks like here, but we're going to change the color grade here. This is going to be here. Yeah. So I agree with you.
Did you feel the pressure after you got that degree? They're like, great. Now that I have this type of degree, I have to vote Democrat.
No.
Was that an overwhelming pressure on you?
Never. I still, I'm a 3-time Trumper. It was fun though. The schooling was actually community college. So it wasn't like hardcore USC type stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was a weird mix, because you did everyone. Obviously there's more, you get the art house kids, you get like the weirdo kids, 100%. But because it was a community college, it was people like off the street wanting to learn.
An eclectic bunch.
It is. Yeah. It was. And then people that are like in their 40s, like, you know what? My kid's finally out of school. I'm going to try a few classes because they wanted to. And it's this weird hodgepodge. But then there's guys like me that came through. You identify who you wanted to roll with. And it was like, I was like commercial, Michael Bay, Ridley Scott, Black Hawk Down. Right. Like, I am that guy. And so I want to be like, I want to make money. I want to make big $100 million films. I still do, like.
Yeah, you were much more serious about this.
Oh yeah. And I loved every minute. But when people came in, they're like, I come in like I was so thrilled on everything. The only thing that sucked is I burned through all my money from contracting, being a young buck.
Yeah.
And then, so I almost went back to contracting, but I was like, you know what? You just got to grind it out now, because if you go do that, then you got to train up, and then you got to wait. And then, all right, now I got to go to really make good money to like come back. And that's a year and a half, 2 years of work. And now now I'm 3 years on now, and I haven't even pressed record yet.
Exactly.
You're just like, okay.
You can always find a reason not to.
Exactly. Yeah. And I was like, if I got Amazon Flex, this is all right. If I'm coming out of pocket, sounds good. It's like, and I made most of my money editing in the beginning, because no one likes to edit. So I was like, I love editing. So I ended up doing that, and kept me alive for a while. And
did you get all the technical skills you needed from the community college? Like how?
Yes.
Or did you like? It gave me a good base, but I had to go somewhere else to get more. Or was it enough?
It was so. I was an editor before I went, but the community college was a technical college. So I have an associate of science in cinematography.
Okay.
So what was awesome, and I always advise people, depending on which school you go to, but the one I went to was great, because it went from 0 to 100. Taught you everything on the technical side. Yeah. So I was like, when I talk about like the cameras, it's like amps, frame rates, like actual how much light do you get. Like it's a science. It's actually, you can calculate, you can put it on a page, like this is what it's going to look like.
Okay.
Editing wise, but when you start getting into the creative flow, that's just on the job training. Then you go out to the world. But I mean, it's like going to plumbing school. You get the basic knowledge in a really good basis,
right?
And then you
enough, go figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Actually, it was great.
I actually love to hear that, because I'm a big fan of community colleges for a couple reasons. Technically I went to one via online school, Fayetteville Tech Community College, FTCC. A lot of guys over at Bragg are alumni of FTCC, only because they give you an insane amount of credits.
Yeah.
I think I only had to take like 6-7 classes to get my AA, and I needed it for promotion points. But I digress. The incessant pressure for society to be like, hey, go to a big name school. Go have the college experience. Like, where'd you go to college? None of that matters. By the way, the college experience. What are we really saying by that? We're telling young men, from ages 18 to 22, it's really important that you go join a frat, drink your ass off, go sleep with a bunch of women, and barely pass your classes? Like, is that the college experience you're referring to? Because I assure you, more times than not, it is. No one's talking about the college experience is, oh, we go to this big name college, spend all this money, and just live in your dorm with your nose in your books and get really good grades. That's not the college experience that they're talking about. So that's ridiculous. Go to a community college, stay close to home, stay close to your moral base, your parents, spend a fraction of the money for 2 years. And guess what? If college is still for you, now you only got 2 years to pay for. And you're guaranteed, depending on the community college, and you're guaranteed to get into that state college. And you're 2 years older. You're going to make better decisions at 20 than you were at 18 when you get thrown into the lion's den.
No, I agree. My friends did that. A lot of them did that. So it was like always a weird, you know, what people think of like what people did. I was like, a lot of bulk of my friends, because no one was rich. We were all like lower middle class, you know. So it's like, what did they do? They were, you know, it's the cultural like push. But they're like, I'm going to go to community college because it's cheaper. And Normandale here translates to the U of M. So a lot of people would then go to the state college, which is cheaper than the private college. And so they would only spend $5,000 on their associates or whatever. And then they would because it was a guaranteed transfer to the U. And then the U of M at the time, I mean, it's probably more expensive now, but it was only like $10,000 a year. So then they were like, God, I remember my buddy was like, I got $30,000 in student loans. And nowadays you're like, that's nothing, man. We'll pay that off in like 5 years, you know? Yeah. But like now, like me and my wife have this conversation all the time with our kids, and we're always, cause she's a big proponent of it. She's like, it's great, you know, and blah, blah, blah. It's my experience. So I was like, I agree with you, but I was like, college is different from, and she's a nerd, love it. She was, you know, she was in band. She did everything she could, you know, and had a great time. I was like, I get that, but that's not the bulk of people's experience. Also, how much money does it cost? I was like, I would rather, and this is hard, to go back to school. I know how it is because you just did 12 years of your life doing it. Yeah. But it's like, I traveled a lot. I was like, even if you just take a year, like I'd be more happy to take my kids and be like, look, here's some money, each step, whatever, go see the world. Like I'll buy you each ticket to like go and just see the world. Maybe go get a job there for like a few months, or just experience something different, because that's going to give you so much more ahead. You're going to understand what's out there. You know, have some, and by the way, you're gonna have a good time. You're gonna find a hostel. You're 19 years old. You're gonna make memories. But like, do it for a year and not 4. And don't spend $200,000 or 120 or 100,000.
No need.
And then you can then start figuring out what you want to do. Because I understand it. Like, I think that's what sucks with our society is like, you need that bachelor's degree to just get in the door now to companies. My mom was really smart about this. She always told me, she goes, it doesn't matter if it's basket weaving, just get your bachelor's. So I did. I did it online, AMU. And intelligence studies is the only thing that could hold my attention. Yeah. So all these books and everything. So I got an intelligence degree, a bachelor's. Yeah. Well,
and got American Military University.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And I got the check in the box because that's what it was. I was like, as long as I become an officer in the military, that's it. You know, that was my standard.
Yeah.
You know, but
I had a teammate take some AMU classes when we were in Afghanistan and SF, and he was upset because he was just looking for a degree, like you were talking about, and he was like, these courses are no joke. Like, he was upset.
You still got to work for them.
Yeah, they had to work for it.
Yeah.
But kind of like a tongue-in-cheek thing. But there's like a little bit of truth to that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you had the same experience, but a lot of people that went to AMU, like, AMU's no joke. They're not out there. They're what they call. They're not a degree factory. Like, they're out there.
Yeah, and I remember that when that was happening, the degree factory. I think there was one in like Europe that some of the like the army guys stationed in Europe were like getting. They were like just handing them out, and they clamped down on it. But yeah, AMU, like, I would do it in between deploy and as a contractor, I had enough downtime. Dude, we do a mission, and I'd come back and be like, all right, awesome. I don't have to do a mission for 3 days. Guess what? Ripping out 10-page papers. You know, in Afghanistan, I'd send my books out there. So then I would have my tote of books that I would reference for years. Yeah. That I would write my papers, and I loved it because of all the reading and like, oh man, the knowledge that it was great. But
there's unless you're doing some technical, like was it cinematography? Is that like that's technical? Like that's I get those. Anything STEM related, I'm a big proponent of college and higher education. Clearly. But for these just silly degrees, or even my AA, like everything I learned, I taught myself. And what I mean by that is it was all in report writing. Like I still remember 2 or 3 things that I learned from college, but ironically enough, I learned it because I had to read the book and then I had to do the report on it. What's different than just, and the report is just basically showing like what the book taught you. So essentially, you could just read books and get educated, and you absolutely can. One of the smartest men I ever worked with. He'd be embarrassed to know how many quotes I've butchered up until this point in the podcast, because the guy was a brilliant man. Anders Johansson, he just got buried in Arlington, July 1st. He was a Green Beret with me. He was at the unit with me. Just, people die, and then we turn them into these heroes that they weren't, and we turn them into these great men that they weren't. And I'm not saying we should stop that. It's probably nice. We say nice things about people when they die, but I think we've all been there. We're like, well, we were really gracious to him at that funeral. He wasn't that good of a person, but okay, this was his day. Yeah. I assure you, you couldn't quantify and say good enough things about Anders. You just couldn't. He was an absolute warrior. He was a Christian. He was a father, a husband, and equally good at all those things. When I say equally good, he was an amazing soldier, amazing, and he was equally good at all that. He was as good on he was left brain and right brain. He was just, Eagle Scout. You just sit here and just dote on that guy all day long, and he was taken from us too soon. But anyway, the guy never went to college. Was one of the smartest people you'd have ever hung around. Could quote who quoted it, the era they lived, the exact quote, and just pull him out of his ass constantly. And he hated college. Hated college. What'd he do? He read books. He loved reading books. So we just have this fascination with higher education. But what's higher education going to do? Again, like outside of these like STEM degrees that matter, they're going to tell you to write a book. They're going to tell you to read a book. You don't have to pay for that. And I think the pendulum's swinging a little bit as far as like, hey, you got to have a degree to have a job. Thankfully, that's starting to go away as well. It wasn't too long ago that you had to have a degree to be a janitor at a public school. Get out of here. And that was a thing for some schools. Like we're finally starting to learn, hey, college isn't the end all be all. In fact, you don't need it to be here. How about you teach them? Because at the end of the day, even if they have a college degree, you're going to have to teach them the job anyway.
Yeah, and we've seen it swing with like mechanics. Everybody look down on mechanics. They look down on plumbers. Dude, one of my company commander was a plumber. He was bummed out because he was going to lose money on the deployment as an enlisted officer. Like an E4 or whatever they call it, like the OE 10 or whatever. He like, dude, you're going to clear like 6 figures. He's like, yeah, I know, I'm losing money. I'm like, losing money? And he's like, yeah, I'm a plumber and he just crushes. And it's electricians, electricians,
welders, these vocational jobs,
murdering now, absolutely murdering. Yeah, it's wild. And against the shift. I mean, I think you had the overflux back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, can barely make ends meet, but now with all the white collar jobs or blue collar, opposed to blue collar, now it's that switch. And we've lived through all of that, technology, like we are competent in most fields, I always joke around. I was like, a real man will fix my vehicle. I'm like, my dad was like, I'll teach you how to learn. I wanted nothing to do with cars, that's always like the motorhead. My dad's just like, and they did it. My dad was great. And he helped build this whole room. He handyman, because they came from that generation of like, you change your own oil, you change your own tire, you fix your own tire, you fix your transmission. Like he takes it back and fixes everything. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on, you know? And I was like, I want to be in the movies when I was like a kid, you know, like, but, you know, and that's a generational thing. Like he knows all electrical because he had to do it himself, you know, and to save money.
A necessity.
It's a necessity. Exactly. Like house. And I've learned a lot too, because I put in the electrical. He just told me how to do it and we did it. So we didn't hire an electrician. You know, I brought in all the drywall. I was like the muscle. I was like, all right, just tell me and I'll do it. And so I learned a lot doing that. And I think that's missing from this generation. I think they're starting to like, here's the flop now, because now people are trying to go more into the mechanic fields, the STEM fields, because there's just not a roofing. Like roofing. God forbid you roof in the summer, you landscape. I mean, holy shit, man.
Well, I think this last generation also feels a little bit lied to, and I'm not letting them off the hook, because, and you'll see it like, and in fact, I just watched it. It just popped up on my feed on social media a couple times last week, where, you know, this last generation is like, well, there was this unspoken promise to us that if we got a college degree and if we worked hard, we were promised like these outcomes that all the other generations before us had. No, there was no one ever promised you if you go to college, life is good and you'll succeed. There's no such thing as an unspoken promise.
No. I think there's a cultural push, like an expectation.
No, there was a and I agree with that. We already talked about that. I believe there was this cultural shift and push. But in the day, everyone's responsible for their own decisions, and you can get as mad as you want. Whoever's listening and has a massive amount of student loans, you were able to read at that point. You could do basic math at that point. You signed that, and now you're stuck with it. And I'm sorry you didn't get a job, that wasn't promised to you at that point, thinking you'd get a job in this field that was going to pay that. Like you knew enough to do that, and you signed it. So you're going to live with those consequences. And I hate it to some degree that there are normalities and some assumptions you have to make. But guess what? When things don't work out, they don't work out. Nothing's promised.
Yeah, and I've had it's funny. I've had that debate with my wife, and we're pretty much on the same page. But you know, a few years back when they're trying to do the student loan forgiveness, I was like, it's right. I was like,
I'm not going to forgive your loans.
Yeah, it's like you take a loan, you pay a loan. Like this is not you borrow the money, you pay the money back. There's no morality here. Like, well, it was expensive, or well, it's like I don't care. You still knew. Like, look, I signed the papers at 18. Fully know I might die. I'm going to war. Right. Like, much more drastic than being like, you're still 18. Like you want to be all adult. Well, guess what? You were an adult at 18 and you signed those papers. Like, and I think it's been years ago since my wife, I mean, you're looking at, it's a big gap, you know, she was 10, 15 years ago. Same with me. So those were different times. Now it's like, if you're going to college between 15, 20, and like later on now, that's on you, homie. I was like, there's no excuse. You have social media. You have everyone talking about college, how much expensive it is. Like, it is in the ether. It is. Yeah. There are alternatives, and you still are taking on the debt. You still are talking like, you know, and they're like, well, we did. I was like, yes, you did. You knew. Like, you could maybe make an argument for kids in the 2000s because there wasn't social media. You can make an argument, maybe, but they still were like, all my friends did. I had friends that, because it was the crash, 2008 crash. Yep. My friends saw the crash their senior year, and they went, guess what? I'll take on a little more debt, and I'm going to go find a job that would actually pay me money. So they like went and got a second degree to be like, this might lead me into a better field because I have to pay this. Like you're against the gun. You borrowed money, and you have to pay it back. I don't say that it's a human right for me to own my truck and not pay my loan anymore. Like, believe me, that truck's going to be a lot more proficient for you than that degree is right now, because it's getting you from A to B. You know, I don't just go, oh, you know what? I didn't know. I don't want to pay you anymore. It's insane. It
sets a horrible precedent that if you make a bad decision, because that's what it is. It is a bad decision. We're going to come bail you out. So we're going to reward people who made bad decisions. What are we going to do for the guys who made good decisions?
Exactly.
What about for the guys who couldn't afford college, joined the National Guard? The National Guard paid their college. Are we going to give them a bonus for making good decisions? Oh, we're not? Okay, well, could you imagine a world that you live in that, where you have two kids, one makes a bad decision, one makes a good decision, and you reward the bad decision kid? No, that's insanity. So it sets a horrible, horrible precedence. And the pendulum shift is something I really think has to do with I also think we had an over reliance or overly invested when I say overly invested, metaphorically, what the emotionally invested, if you will, into what technology was going to bring this country and the massive job shift that was going to go away. And at the end of the day, yes, technology is very much a part of the society, but like we're talking, welders didn't go away. Mm-hmm. In fact, there's been a bigger demand for it. Mechanics didn't go away. And yes, our vehicles are more electrical than ever. Robots have not taken our jobs. In fact, we're fighting to bring factories back to America when Obama, just over a decade ago, said, those factory jobs are gone. They're not coming back. Mm-hmm. I want to find out that's not true. We can actually bring those back, and it's actually a national security issue.
As I say, it's a
national security issue. If COVID taught us anything, it's that this worldwide, we're all in this together, one world mentality, globalism is a farce. Mm-hmm. No, nationalism. It's nationalism. That doesn't make you a Nazi. It doesn't make you this evil thing to love your country more than you love another country. Because when COVID hit and everything shut down, guess what we found out? We could only support ourselves with what we made. Mm-hmm. The smallest of things, a computer chip that it takes to run our cars, only Taiwan made them. Mm-hmm. And it shut down all of American car production.
Well, even insulin productions, stuff that didn't do with COVID. It's where that be Mexico, or where is this being made? Where it's you're right, and that's the small stuff. I mean, you look at Ukraine now. China's playing both sides at some point. Now Ukraine, I believe, is fully. They're on their own. They can actually. I think Ukraine is fully developing everything, so they're not getting any. I think maybe spools from China, but that's about it. But China in the beginning was playing both. They were giving the drones to both Russia and Ukraine. They were selling them to both, you know, but then what did Ukraine do? They have to start 3D printing their own stuff. They're they're making their bodies. Now they're making their motors. And we're seeing that we're we can do it. Now we can tap all the oil on the planet. It's right here in the U.S. You can grow all the stuff you need right here in the U.S. You can have enough, we have the room, and it's and I agree with you. I think, it's as things got big, and then also too, it's just culture, pride, hard work. Some people are like I said, the whole global thing, and you're just look, man, you saw Russia just invade some people. They're still doing, we never saw that. I never thought in a million years I'd see a conventional war kick off in our lifetime. In my, just in my own little purview. Right. And now you're holy crap, we're seeing this. Poland is now on the edge. Europe's on the edge. And it's they did it. They're ready to do violence. They're, everyone talks about World War II as the last great atrocities, seeing dead bodies. And now you're dude, you think Gaza's bad? Go to Ukraine. They've leveled half the country. It's they've killed civilians. They put bullets in their heads. There's people are being burned alive. And you're just and it's crazy. And you thought you'd never see it. Now you're seeing again, the default. They're going to take your stuff. So are you willing to fight for it or not? It turns on a dime.
And it's not just what, maybe we didn't think we'd really see another conventional war. Maybe a more specific way to say that is,
the U.S. fighting one.
No, it's a, one that took so long. Mm-hmm. I can absolutely see something like that happen, but what should have happened is they should have just rolled. That's essentially the way we Iraq was a conventional war at the beginning. Just the tanks are going to roll, and they're going to roll all the way to the capital. It's a conventional war, but it's going to be done in 3, 4, 5 days. The overpowering element's going to overwhelm the other element, and it's done. Not much of a war, of sorts. And the fact that it's a long, drawn-out conventional war is the crazy part to me. It is still going on. Russia still hasn't beat up little brother, and it's crazy how long that war has gone on for. No one would have taken that bet.
No, and it will expose a lot of things. And
it did.
Yeah,
Did it ever?
Yeah, I mean, like shortcomings. I mean, we talk about it, and I've talked about it with other guys and people we've, and whatnot. I was like, look, man, like you still got to be ready for all this stuff that's happening. Like trench warfare, guess who's back?
Yeah.
Nothing against like special operations or tier 1. I mean, you were there, we were there. It's like, dude, birds ain't coming.
Yeah.
Guys are. I talked to a kid when I was there when I did the Embed Actual series. It's like their friends died, they got blown up, and he was tourniqueting himself on and on for like 9 hours to get. And he's like, I thought I was going to lose my leg. He goes, we had to keep loosening it so I get blood flow, but then I'd have to and he did that for ungodly amount of time. And he's like, I'm shocked I still have my leg. And that was one incident. Yeah. I mean, you talk about the guys that they're just not coming for you.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Somebody asked me, like Ukraine or Ukraine and Russia or something like that in this near peer environment, what do I think the role of the unit or special operations would have in a war like that? Because we're so used to the GWAT in a weird way that the conventional elements were the supporting elements, and special operations was the main effort, which is really abnormal. Like special operations should never really be the main effort. If you go back to Vietnam, conventional forces were always the main effort, and special operations were a supporting role in filling in niche capabilities that the conventional units didn't have. And that's really the way it should be. We just lived in this kind of crazy topsy-turvy world for 20 years. And it would just revert back to that, honestly. The blueprint's already there. I would go as back as World War II. I mean, we had the OSS. We had the first special service forces. They had a couple like high value target type of missions, but you're not really getting high value targets. What you're really doing is going back to either guerrilla warfare things, and it's really what Russia was weak on. Their supply line, like World War II, wasn't won on the battlefield of sorts. It was won logistically. Like who could make more tanks,
who had more bodies,
who had more bodies,
yeah.
Who could feed those bodies, who could supply those bodies to the front line, who could make more planes, who could make more ships. Like that's really what it was. One of the crazier, lesser known stories is German saboteurs made it into America through a U-boat. 4 of them, I believe it was 4 if I have my numbers right. And their whole job was to go sabotage the supply lines. And Germany was so certain, and they were right. If we bomb these railroads and all these railroads that connect, all these different railroads that connected factories that made tanks and planes, like if America can't make tanks and planes, they're both losing tanks and planes on both sides, but they're resupplying them. Like if we can stop them from making them, we'll win. And it's crazy that I won't go into the long story, but go look that up. Go look up German saboteurs and how they got caught. And it's actually
German subs
miracle.
Even on the coast.
Yeah.
Like there's sunken German subs on the coast.
There are.
Yep.
And if we didn't catch them, this is not that dramatic to say, Germany probably would have won the war. If they'd have got loose inside of America without getting compromised, they absolutely were prepared and capable of accomplishing their mission. And without the supply of tanks and airplanes, Germany probably would have won the war. If anything, it would at least extended the war. And people forget at the end of the war, Germany had jet aircraft. They had jet aircraft by the end of World War II. We didn't. And if you extend that out, luckily, one of the best things that happened for us is by the time they got it online, the war is pretty much over. It didn't matter a whole lot anymore.
Well, even was it the machine gun, the precursor to the AK-47, the Stag or whatever they call it? Like, it was like the first 30-round, fully auto, what we know is like the modern day machine gun. It was fielded like the last year, and it was only a few. Right. But like, you think about it though, you're like, dude, you get the 2 years prior or something. That changes the game. It's a game changer.
Yeah,
you know? And,
absolutely.
You know, especially guys are still shooting with bolt actions and
for sure.
You know,
yeah, like 5-round clips and their and the semi
grands.
In their grands. But it goes back to we'd go back to more of a disruptive type thing and going after logistical lines, and the main effort would be the conventional forces. Would it go back to the infantry, being the queen of battle?
Because I think about that, like in the Vietnam, like the Mac V SOG, like I feel like that's what it would come to, like very highly trained, going in.
Absolutely.
Still like air power. I think that's the huge thing though. We still had air power, even though in Vietnam guys were getting shot down. Like the bomber air power per se. I mean, you didn't have the AC-130. I mean, they did have AC-130s, but like it's not
I know what you're saying.
like it's like, okay, well, you got to take, nothing against by all means, but it's like you start taking away the assets.
That's right.
Like,
what are you really made of now that I've taken away all your toys?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, by the way, comms is gone.
Right.
GPS is gone. You're back to hand signals. It's like, it's wild to hear the guys on the front line. They're like, we have to wear armbands. Why? Because we're going to shoot each other. Like literally, they just by mistake, because everyone's wearing the same camouflage. Yeah. Why would you dress different if if that gives you an advantage to dress like the enemy, then dress like the enemy. Yeah. Especially if it's in camp, so they have so you've seen it. We know guys that are fighting there. It's like, they're doing recon, but then they're like putting on like the blue. So now you're running through the forest with like a blue because you don't want to get shot by your own guys. So it is a wild concept,
I mean, let's talk about, because we've both been there. How crazy on the technical side that they've really pushed warfare with the drones, right? I mean, just those hunter drones are just wild. Insane. On a whole nother level. It looks like a kid playing an arcade game, and he's out there just hunting people with the FPVs with an FPV. Yeah. But at the same time, and we have now these supersonic, these hyper missiles, that Russia so we have cutting edge technology going on that we haven't seen anywhere else in warfare. At the same place, we're having trench warfare going on like it's World War II. You know what? Yeah. How crazy is that?
Right. Yeah. And we talk with other strategists too, and they're like, and the good ones are like, the FPVs are great. What's going on in Gaza? They did like 2 drone attacks. It's like, so that's not the end game. Like you can't apply GWAT to Ukraine. You can't apply Ukraine to Burma. Yeah. You can't apply the jungle warfare. You can't apply that to China. Because everyone's like, oh, they have these mass storm swarms. I was like, okay, but what happens after that?
Right.
What do you think? You think they're going to just wipe? No, like start shooting buckshot up in the air. You start taking them all out. And like, not saying that's the easy, it's like that's the solution, but like someone's going to come up with a solution.
There will be
a
countermeasure. Yeah.
And still, what's going to happen? It's still going to come down to hand-to-hand fighting. It's going to come down to taking the high ground. It's going to be talking about taking and holding, and then pushing to the next objective. So it is crazy to see that technology. I mean, it's definitely an asset by all means, but it's not the end all,
It's funny because we kind of just got done talking about it on the civilian side and colleges, right? That over assumption to go into college because everything's going technology, everything's going new world, like we have to be ahead of this power. So not only were we wrong about that on the civilian side, we were wrong about that on the military side, and Ukraine is a great example of that. Everyone's thinking, the next warfare may not even be fought by humans. Like everything's going to go technology. Whoa, drones are coming. Everything's going to be fought by a drone. And although yes, like drones are being implemented, but there's been a way over exaggerated assumption on what technology is going to do. Technology is going to have its place, but at the end of the day, war is going to be fought by men. looking at each other and shooting each other.
Exactly. Shoot, move, and communicate.
That's true.
It's still going to come down to that.
Still going to come down to that.
Doing the buddy rushes,
And maybe this podcast won't end well, but I'm here to tell you from what I know right now, that's not going to change anytime soon.
No, and I agree. And I think it's the implementation of how the technology is being implemented. Like, I think drones are fantastic implemented. They're help. I wish we had one. And back in the day, it's like, great, I'm flying a Mavic with a thermal. I can maybe see an IED that's ahead of us.
Yeah.
Or we're just going to scout the area, and I can send that feed to a few buddies on a patrol in the mountains.
Yep.
Awesome. I could even map a village out in 3D and bring it back to my cop, and then we can 3D. Just like and these aren't complicated things to do. And like, cool, let's 3D map this village. Like, let's see where we can really get in. Like, let's just so you have a better situational awareness of what's around you. It's phenomenal.
I'll tell an Anders story real quick. Actually, when we were going to Syria, that's just how smart the guy was. I've never even heard of a 3D mapping drone in my life. As 2016, I want to say.
That was a big boom. That time was a big boom.
And so he brings this drone in. He's like, "Hey, I have this idea." Because we were doing flot pushes. Like, it was very conventional warfare. He was like, "This is what we're going to do." So we're basically going from village, and there'd be a massive, maybe a couple mile space of open, just flat open terrain, maybe a little longer, and there'd be a village, and there's this line of Kurdish military that were pushing, all the way to Raqqa. He's like, we're gonna put mapping drones up, and we're gonna map the next village that we're going to encounter, and then we'll bring that. I'm going to jump in the story because there's some problems. We figured it out, and then we're going to bring basically a supercomputer forward and process all this, and then we're going to compress it, and then we're going to push it over to our ATAC system, and we're going to look in, and every day you go to the battlefield, you're going to have the last 24 hours updated imagery. Not even last 24. It was when the sun went up, first thing we did, and it was in your ATAC within a couple, generally within a couple hours, depending on the size of the village. And then while the battle's going on, we're going to send that imagery back to our intel guys, and they're going to analyze the last 24 hours imagery and the current 24 hours imagery and tell us everything that's different about it and give us assumptions or not necessarily or either assumptions or true analysis of what the enemy is doing based on what's changed over the last 24 hours. When he briefed it, and to be honest, he probably didn't brief it that eloquent because he just had this idea and didn't know what the impact it was going to have until we did it. Our sergeant major actually tried to fire him over it because he reused some
commercial stuff.
Yeah, I won't go into great detail about it, but he was working in some gray area a little bit, right intention, and technically, it's like anything else. It's the way you read it, however you want to read it. Was how that could have been justified. That he was either good or he wasn't. Anders being the constant optimist, and hey, how do we find an answer to yes? He read it one way. And our sergeant major at the time was not a good man, and he was more than happy to read it the other way. Anyway, thankfully, the only thing that saved Andrew's job was the massive amount of good his idea did in Syria. Saved lives. Saved lives. Things that we wouldn't have never known. We knew when they would unask the village, they would lay a bunch of IEDs on the way out. I really didn't ever worry about IEDs in Iraq or Afghanistan. Deployed to both places multiple times. Never really worried about it. IEDs in Syria were a thing, unlike anywhere else. And we could use the imagery and see the fresh dirt. That's how far you could zoom into it and be like, there's an IED there. There's an IED there. There's an IED there. they were still really creative about like crush wires and laying that under dirt and doing putting crush wires underneath their area rugs. But as far as like IEDs in the road, like it's crazy. Like we know where all your landmines are that you buried because I can see the fresh dirt in my imagery right now. And Anders did that.
Yep. And that's in 2016. It's a funny story with the FPVs now and drones. My buddy was working on one of the CIA black sites in Kandahar, protecting drones or whatever. And they had that GBOSS system. And we were trying to pitch to them, like at the time, a rotary wing that would, so if you got hit or something, or if you, or the base commander or the whoever case manager, whoever was in charge, the C1 was like, hey, let's go check something out. You could pop that up and the feed would be in the main, in the main talk. And then you could 3D, you could maneuver the drone out for security.
Okay.
And so then, you had a 25-minute flight time, but if it was just like, hey, let's just do a perimeter sweep, or something had happened, that's a good enough flight time to like look at something that the GBOSS sees something in 2D. We can see it now in 3D because the drone can now circle an area. Maybe they're still there. Maybe they're behind a wall, whatever.
Right.
So naturally we were nobodies. I actually have the PDF from back then that was like pitching this whole thing. Like, this is our budget. We can come over here. We'll stay on the site for this long. We'll map, et cetera, et cetera. And it wasn't, compared to the GBOSS, it was like half the cost, and implement this tactic. And naturally they're like, dude, go fuck yourself. Whatever. You're nobody's from Minnesota, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever. And then I had another one, we called it Project One Way Ticket, which was kind of like FPVs, but it was the same. It was like a kamikaze drone. Pitched that idea.
Okay.
They were like, oh, Navy SEALs already have that. I'm like, no, they don't. I know they don't have it because this doesn't exist. Like it doesn't. And they're like, oh, there's a self-destruct type of drone. I'm like, that's self-destruct. That's not an actual like payload. Anyways, they're just like blah, blah, whatever. But at that same time, you're talking that same time frame, I got into industrial drones because I was trying to make some extra cash because I was already doing aerial drone stuff for cinematography.
Were they talking about the Switchblade by chance? Do you know what the Switchblade is?
Yeah, I know what the Switchblade is.
Is that what they were talking about?
I don't even think it was that at the time because
Okay.
that's an actual like kamikaze munition.
Yeah.
I think that was before the Switchblade. It was more of like oh, the drone's going to get caught, self-destruct the hard drive or something.
Oh.
So technically yes, but it was not meant designed for that. So we were doing I was doing mapping I did for aggregates, but immediately what your buddy Anders doing 16, the same thing I was doing across the planet, which was like, this would be amazing. We could go map a village. And I was thinking Afghanistan, not Syria, but I was like, let's go map this. And then on top of that, if you're real good, and that I was using drone deploy at the time. And at the time you had the process with a robust laptop because it took forever to render all the images together and whatnot. But I was like, you could do thermal mapping at some points depending on your drone platform. And now you can see thermal at night. So if those obviously the IDs absorb that heat, you could create a map from the night. Be like, well, what did they place last night? Yeah. But that thermal, I mean, like I'm sure the ATAC, when they compressed it and put it in, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like, oh my God, it's cool to hear that you guys like implemented that back then because I don't even know if it's still being implemented now. They're kind of doing it, but maybe they are trying to do a bit more through ATAC and.
Yeah. I can definitely see how that might be one of those like lost lessons learned because it was so, I almost want to say niche, like for that.
Yeah, because I'm sure, I don't know what you guys did, but from my experience, I know the battery of the drone life was tough because you have to fly out. I don't get specifics, but we had to do the grid to map. So
that's right.
Takes forever.
Right.
You might have to do a few runs.
It was a fixed wing. So
so you could do a fixed wing. Yeah. I did rotary, but so that's way less. But
So the fixed wing is what's going to help
way
us
better.
in that aspect.
Yeah. I think those were I think they called them not CBs. There was one I was looking at the time that was a fixed wing that would go for like an hour and a half or something.
Yeah.
Yep. And then would map, and then they do at the time they're doing it for farming.
That's right.
There's a farming.
That's
thing.
right.
Yep. So I was using drone deploy. There's Pix4D. There's a few other maps that are map making softwares that were out there. But that was I did a farm. We actually managed to get a contract from an aggregate company, and we actually made like $15,000. I was like, awesome. But it was like we mapped their aggregates.
What's a farm? I knew that was why. Why does a farm want how big their place?
Yeah, so it depends how big it would read how the soil was.
Okay.
So what it would do is, and I didn't get super deep into it, but before I understood, it's like save you money on water and where you need to put fertilizer. So like this area is overhydrated. This area is not. So it was using the photosynthesis camera. So not just the regular, you could get a little bit more detail with the infrared. Okay. It would read how the plant life and how they reflected light on what areas needed more water. So you would save on, instead of just spraying a whole area, you would get real specific. And then also drones were also, they're still being used to this day, actually. My buddy's doing it right now. They doing the crop dusting. It's perfectly even. And, and you're not even touching the ground. So now they're like the sprayers. Okay. But back then it was to measure how your crop life was doing. Dips and depressions, stuff like that. Like maybe this one won't be so good here. Focus your effort here. Pose this whole field's fine. Don't even touch it. Yeah. So it was almost like economy of effort. Like, and you just fly it and then be done. And then you'd be like, all right, now I have a map. Now I can go to work. And then you can always keep reflying and stuff like that. Yep, but the fixed wings were always obviously better than the rotary. I was doing rotary, so it was. Yeah, it didn't last long.
I'm a big fan of VTOLs, the vertical takeoff and landing. So you get the best of both worlds. But you know that. Battery drones are always going to have its limit, and I believe this about cars too. I was adamant about this at the beginning when everyone was all electric. I was like, electric is hydrogen is where we need to be going. Like electric is expensive to make. They eventually, you know, the batteries are hard. They wear down over time, and they don't have the like the energy capacity. I don't know if you ever looked into some of those like hydrogen cell drones, but they'll go twice as far.
That's pretty cool. I know. As
battery drones.
I'm sure they exist. I haven't looked into them much, but the VTOLs were the ones that we were looking at. In fact, a few years ago, we were trying to pitch getting security asset to like company that was going to possibly be in Africa. You know, so you have a VTOL tracking your VIP element, and you always have a drone feed dedicated straight to your talk. You know, I don't know how you guys like. That's how I implement these in like the Marine Corps did buy a bunch of the VTOLs after Ukraine. So I wonder if they're implementing because the squad, like you should have 3 VTOLs at your fob. You shoot one up, and now you're tracking your fob, and they can look and they can direct it, and it's like it's a dedicated predator drone. Not there's no munitions, but just the information it can gather and like situational awareness. Just to a squad of Marines, you know, it can be done with anybody, you know.
So this is where we're at technology wise. I do believe I know the technology already exists. I've seen it. It'll eventually filter its way down with drones and AI. And what I mean by that is, and it's not that crazy of an idea, but when it was first briefed, it was like, yeah, that's kind of simple and it's amazing. Like, why don't we have that yet? So putting these AI programs into drones, so the sensors always looking for these things. So essentially, it has the STL file of what an AK looks like, and it knows at every angle what an AK looks like. So even if it just has, let's say, like the front sight post, like the last 4 inches of an AK hanging out the bottom of a coat, it will be able to look at all the angles, look at the height, look at the distance between you know the compensator, it judges all these, even though it's just seeing a part of that barrel, and go, yep, that guy's wearing an AK-47. That guy has an AK-47. Now, it doesn't necessarily make him a threat. Where we're at, you know, overseas, all the police carry AK-47s. Yep. Half the civilian population has them. Yep. So it's not necessarily, I don't want the drone to do anything about it. I just want it to notify me on my ATAC and say, hey, there's someone with an AK right here. But more importantly than that, and so what they're talking about is having like a small notification where your ATAC just kind of buzzes, like, hey, just look at it real quick, got it. And then having like yellow, orange, red, like that would be like a yellow. One guy, one AK, just let me know. Yep. This is where I am, this is where he is. But then in the AI protocol saying, okay, that is normal for a police officer in Afghanistan, one guy to one AK. Now we have 4 or 6, and they're moving fast, or they're moving in a formation. That you might want to give me an orange.
Ranger filing through
or red. Yeah. Or, hey, there are guys in the prone position on the side of a road within a certain distance of each other. with AK-47s, or take the AK-47s completely out. Guys laying down, looking towards a road, all on the same angle within a certain distance of each other. Would you want to know that as an element? Yeah, that's called an ambush line. I absolutely want to know that. So AI, like when we have these VTOL drones, which will be able to hang out 2 to 3 hours, 4 hours overhead, especially when you have 2 or 3, you just bring one back, send the next one up, and you're never without overhead. Put an AI sensor in it, and now you have better, really, than just, because it's one thing to have a drone overhead, but unless you have someone just staring at that drone the whole time, and depending on what he's seeing, even if you're looking at the screen, you may not find the guy or the squad moving, but AI can.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes those calculations. So,
And you're already in a small element. Yeah. So now you have to take one operator completely out of it to stare at the screen the whole time. Let AI do it. And if you think about it, it's not only will they probably do it better than a person, because a person will drone out, no pun intended, looking at that same screen. AI doesn't care. It ain't going to sleep. It doesn't know how to get bored.
No, I agree with you. And I love the AI term getting thrown around. It sounds scarier than it is, but it's like, sometimes I'm like, I don't know if it's AI, but it's just the program, the way it's programmed, it identifies what's going on and movements, which is, call AI, call you what, but I think that's an awesome program. Like some people are like, where's AI? And I'm like, no, they just wrote a protocol that at the right angles. This isn't AI, or it reads the terrain. It's not an AI thing.
That's just a program.
Yeah, that's a program. But that's really cool. Even when we were there in Ukraine, they just developed an FPV. They called it AI, kind of AI, but it's more of a protocol too. It's like if it loses, this is before they started doing hardcore, trying to find a solution to the jamming. Okay. And honestly, it's overthinking, but it was actually pretty super effective still. So, you do the wire or the fiber optic, right? Okay. Easiest, dumbest way to do it. Totally works. Yep. Whereas now, or back then, they were trying to figure out a way without fiber optic, but I think it's probably a little more deadly. But what happened was they had their first instance where it cuts the feed, but the drone is already locked in. And so now the drone is self-driving itself. Right. And I think it was like the car stopped, it flew over it, but it kept it knew where it was, it turned around, and it can identify the engine block, and then it turned around and went straight to the engine block. It's like, yes, is that AI? Not really. It's like if it knows what a car is and it has, like you said, the file, and understands that this is the best spot to hit it, and it misses it, and it's all about calculations and stuff. It's just running out of crate. But they did it. Ukraine did it, and it was like, oh shit. But then, Battlefield Innovation, probably some dude on the ground is like, why don't we just attach a cable to it and fucking run it? They're like, that's like way easier, We're like, tree reinvent the wheel, just attach a cable. They're like, yeah. And now what's going on? It's nets now. You see all the video of them with like thick, ungodly amount of fiber optic cable that's just like strung across, everywhere. But it's simple. It's simple, stupid, and it's super effective.
But in a weird way, it goes back to like new technology. But is that kind of old technology?
Oh, it's a wire guided missile.
There you go.
It's a tow. It's a tow that can kind of, yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's ironic in one way, but thank God. I mean, why change something that's tried and true? Mm-hmm. I mean, we adapted it with fiber, but let's go back to what we know has worked. The answer isn't always something new and crazy. Yeah. Sometimes it is, and let's be open to all of it. But it doesn't have to be new and uncrazy and uncharted territories. Sometimes just look back a little bit. The answer might be there.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I tell people too that I'm like, especially the infantry guys, I'm like, if the infantry can't handle it, it ain't worth having. Like, it's like you better be able to hand this to a private or a lance corporal, maybe not a private, because they'll break anything. But like, hand it to an E3, right? In a Marine Corps, I would say Marine Corps squad. Like, hand it to a E3. They'll figure out how to break it. They'll figure out either if it works or not. Honestly, whether it works or not. I mean, I know guys in the Army because they were pumping money, and they were like, they would ditch multi-million-dollar tracking systems. They'd say, oh, it broke, and they put like a bullet into it because it was heavy, it was cumbersome, it didn't work. They're trying to like get feeds. It was like Alien almost. They were like, they're trying to stick cameras on us, and it was like, so that the commander could see everyone's video feed. It was like, this is, and they talked about with ATAC too, like, that's not for micromanagement. And you could already see some of the officers' heads are like,
absolutely.
I can see everybody on the battlefield. It's like, that's not what it's for.
That's right. No, you can't.
Yeah. It's for situational awareness for the operator that's using it, you know?
Yeah.
But again, though, you take it back, all the crazy, stupid stuff they tried fielding with us, you know, in the infantry, and you're like, this is not going to work, you know. And Switchblade's one of them in Ukraine. It's not, and then we saw it right away. I'm like, that's not going to work. I can go buy a DJI drone and give this to a 10-year-old, and they would be getting kills on Russians right now. Switchblade, it's too much time. It costs too much money. It's not worth it. And guess what? I talked to the guys there. They're like, yeah, they're sitting in storage. No one uses Switchblades. Yeah. It's not even worth learning.
I partnered with a company called Apollo, who, speaking of ATAC, ATAC's the unit actually came up with ATAC like in 2012, like a while ago, and it sucked. And we hated it. That was one of the few times like people smarter than us was like, no, you're going to use it. Like, well, I don't know if I really don't think they could have made us use it, but they were really adamant. Like, come on, like, give this a chance. It'll just tell us how to make it. And they were right, because now everyone knows how amazing ATAC is. They had the foresight to know what it could be. It just wasn't that in 2011. So, in my experience, I've seen either bad days to be dramatic about it, may not have got out of if it wasn't for ATAC and knowing what's going on in the battlefield, or it definitely made a bad what could have been a bad day, a very manageable day, or never became a bad day because of ATAC, and you know where everybody is at, and everyone's dropping pin drops, and there's a lot of situational awareness going on the battlefield that used to be obviously just chaotic radio calls, and hopefully that guy described what he's seeing good enough for you to know what he's seeing. Like, if we think about that outside of ATAC, like communication on the battlefield, yes, it just got better with the radio, which basically means your voice got louder, if you will, longer. But what's changed since the beginning of battles? It's just all been signals and voice. Voice is a horrible communication skill. There's a reason we say a picture is worth 1,000 words, because it takes a lot of words to describe something. So ATAC really solved that. So I tried to bring that over to SWAT teams when I got out and started training SWAT teams. And I say this kind of a little bit tongue-in-cheek, because a couple listened to me and like, all right, let's get ATAC. And then I forgot how complicated ATAC is. And they're trying to use this. And I'm like, yeah, I forgot. Like, I used this all the time for so long. It was easy for me. And now that I'm seeing it with a fresh set of eyes of them asking these pretty obvious questions that I just couldn't see because I was so comfortable with the program, I'm like, yeah, that's on me, guys. That is complicated. And what I ended up finding out is like they poured a bunch of money into ATAC with good intention, but if it's so complicated they can't use it, they're not going to pull it out. They might as well have never bought it, because if they're not going to stay proficient with it or be able to use it, then it's just, it's just going to stay in the back seat. So I ended up finding a company called Apollo, and Apollo basically made ATAC specifically for law enforcement. And I don't want to use the word dumbed down. It's not.
Well, it should be. It should be simplified.
Simplified.
Yeah.
It's simplified because there's so many things on ATAC that the law enforcement will never use. So they took away all these things that they don't need, and they simplified it. And now I can show you Apollo in 90 seconds, and you would know 90% of what you needed to know, and you're off to the races.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I was sorry for the rant there.
No, you're good.
You're good. And it wasn't necessarily just a pitch for Apollo, other than if you're a law enforcement and people are going to hear ATAC, and so I don't want people to hear ATAC and be like,
oh, I should use ATAC.
This is tactical. Like I should use this. If you're in law enforcement, I wouldn't, because you're going to run into the same problems that I unfortunately created maybe for for some teams, but I found a solution. And if you're interested in ATAC, that's what you should look into.
Apollo, I am looking for sponsorships. So if you would love
I'll let them know.
to let them know. Yeah. So, all right, we're cruising here. So I'm loving this. This is awesome. I do want to get into, because this is a significant lift I'd like to talk about. Okay. And let's talk about veteran culture, influencers, and the start of Antihero and the origins of getting to that. Because not to let the audience, so we're at 3 hours and we're on a little bit of a time hack. So Yep. And it's a great conversation. I was like, we're just going to keep going. Like I have a list, but we're like, dude, let's rock and roll.
I'm glad you brought that up in the way you brought that up. I am on, I don't want to say a mission because I'm not that obsessive about it, but I am concerned about recapturing, if you will, the term vet bro or bro vet, whichever way you want to say it. Like it's turned into a dirty word. Like it's turned into almost like if you want to call someone a name, like, quit being such a vet bro, like,
my wife does. She goes, you a vet bro, or something like that. She knows the culture. So she's like, yeah.
So, and unfortunately, and this is going to sound bad. I don't mean it to be, but you came from that culture. You know what I'm talking about. It started out with some, I don't really want to use the word immature, but we're going to use that for a second, of some immature vet comedy, silly, slapstick, over the top, not very professional, nor were they trying, and they weren't trying to be professional, and that just went on for years, and I think people got tired of it eventually. I don't think the comedy or like the personalities grew as the people, their consumers grew. If that makes sense.
100%. I agree with you.
And so like, you're still doing the same shtick. Like we're not in our 20s anymore. Like we're in our 30s, or we're in our 40s now. You're still doing that same thing. So I think a part of it, they did it to themselves by not growing with their audience. But worse than that, some of the guys in that latched onto that community, like Tim Kennedy, just came out to be massive liars and frauds. And those people that some people looked up to as making fun of vets, they were vets, so they can make fun of vets. I don't even mean that in a bad way. But that audience continued to go to combat and continued to go to combat and then continued to go to combat. And they're like, well, when this started, like you were a special operations guy, I wasn't, or you had, a combat deployment or two and I didn't. And now like the audience grew up and the audience has more experience than the guys that they're supposed to look up to. So I think just a lot of things happened in that space that kind of was the eventual like downfall of the bro vet community. But I actually think it's salvageable. I don't think like just take the names, like you're a bro, you're a veteran. That seems kind of cool to me. Like, why is it douchey when we put them together? Like, we call each other bros all the time. I don't think it's too late. I think there's plenty of people to choose from, and that kind of is it's probably unfair to lay this at their feet, but I think Black Rifle's to blame a little bit for it. And even I know that is kind of a little bit harsh, but whether they're to blame, whether you want to say they're to blame, they're at the center of it. That's what better. They're at the center of it. Not that I think that they want anything bad to happen. They're at the center of it, but as they should. They're the biggest, influential. Can you think of anyone bigger than Black Rifle, even to this day, in the veteran space?
Grunt style used to be, but I think Black Rifle took over for sure. Yeah.
So that happened, It hasn't aged well, but they're still a force to be reckoned with. And I think they could and should kind of say, hey, like, there's a ton of veteran influencers now with legit experience and have aged with the audience, and just usher in a brand new, believable and respectable generation of vet bros. And I think that's how you solve it. I think it needs to be done, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I agree.
From my assessment, but it's an honest question.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
I agree with you 100% because I worked at Black Rifle,
right.
And they were, to give them credit, we were trying to move on to other documentary type stuff. They did the silly stuff and everything from the years prior. That always hit.
Right.
And it was, there was not like it was actually like meant to be a battle within. I just think it was like, it's kind of like those subconscious things. Like we were doing serious stuff. Like I was making many documentaries on guys that were doing amazing stuff outside of their service. And it was really cool. And same with Marty Skovlin, he was doing Coffee Dive. I was like doing combat journalism, journalism.
I was just thinking about Coffee or Dive.
Yep. And then, you did have the core that were still trying to make silly videos, but they were also, I think, trying to move on as well. But that was always like the go-to resort. Cause guess what? It worked, but you're right. Cause even when I got there, I was like, dude, I'm like 30. Like this isn't, you're just, whatever, you're still trying to make the same jokes or dick jokes or whatever. And you're like, we moved on, like we've moved on, and so there's always, again, not like an actual internal battle, but I think there was always some of us that were like, hey, and they were too. I think they were trying to move, but with the Black Rifle situation, the culture as a whole, I 100% agree with you, has moved forward, and I think into now we can look at each other like, look, I'm 20 years on. I joined in 2005. And it's now 2025. Now I didn't stay in 20 years. But we are also kind of like, what are we doing now? And I think everyone wants to know is like, even if you're still, maybe if you're 28, you can look at, you're like, well, I'm not in that space anymore. But now here's a 38-year-old that is a Silver Star recipient. Or I'm talking to a 45 that's a Delta operator. And now we're on this podcast. And I think it's shifting where guys are looking more to the future. Whereas we were, I shouldn't say we, but like our generation of veterans were trailblazers. And I remember the t-shirt companies in 2010, 11, 12, Nine Line's a client of mine. I love Tyler Merritt. They were those early generations. They weren't, I guess, as heavy into the culture. I mean, they are, but not as influential, say, as Black Rifle. But, you're seeing these entrepreneurs, we were young, our guys were young. They were starting, you imagine a t-shirt company that starts making millions of dollars and you're 24 years old, 25, and it's reliant on the veteran psyche but I think we're all, younger vets can now look at us older guys and be like, no, we've developed into more careers, and now we've developed into like you're Cigar Company. So if guys getting out now, he's like, I don't want to do the t-shirt thing, or I don't want to do this. Well, here's Ethan talking about filmmaking. Here's Marty talking about journalism, and here's Brent talking about how to make a cigar company and a coffee company. So I think you can bring it back. I mean, I think, we've definitely matured and moved on, and we're, I work in Vet TV now, and they still do comedy, but I've been talking with John, and I was hired to stand up documentaries and unscripted content because we need to expand. Yeah. The comedy, active duty comedy is a very niche thing. And even John has said that. He's like, hey, we're doing these unscripted, like so we can do more and more and more, and bring in, and say another audience, but a wider range of veterans into a audience, or just people that love America and they just will like it, or just want to be informed. So I don't want to lay it at the fleet, completely at the feet of Black Rifle. I think it just so happened that way. Matt Best, I mean, I would say Black Rifle is an offshoot when it comes to that culture from Matt Best, because Matt Best was doing that and then he got attached to Black Rifle. Right. And even Matt Best, he's not doing really those things anymore. So. I think you do have again though, it's weird though. I think the culture, I won't say could be, I don't want to say redeemed, but I think it's just shifting, but I think what we're talking about though too is also the people that made money off of this that were, exaggerating or lying or whatever, had ridden the train for the last 15 years. And now the train has finally come to a stop. And I, like I said, I think we should talk about this because guys like myself, you guys are awesome, tier 1 SF. I'm an infantry guy, even though I have a very, very, I don't say stacked, but you know what I'm saying? Like I have very good credentials.
Yeah.
But even myself, when we were younger, I was like, well, I'm not SF. I can't say anything. Well, I'm not Navy SEAL. That's the big offender, the Navy SEAL community. Now, again, we have Navy SEAL friends. They're great.
Right.
Yeah. But that's like, as a whole, that was a big offender, just in this like, oh, well, if you're not this, you're not cool, or you can't speak out about against it. Or, as in the civilian sector, civilians support the veteran community so much, especially in the 2010 to 2020 era, that you didn't want to ruffle feathers because the support was there. So you're like, all right, let's keep it in our community. Everyone knows the truth. We know this is bullshit.
Right.
Let's keep it to ourselves because we're silent professionals, because you don't want to like be like that guy that like, they're raising money for guys getting their legs blown off. These other guys that got their legs blown off, they know that these influencers are there to help, and they're raising money, and then you're like, well, do you want to take that away? It's like this like double-edged sword, you know? I think now with all the information out there, also too, I think guys like myself or even, that are infantry dudes are now like, you know what? I do want to talk about my story. I do. And then we've been telling guys this for years, like, bro, you guys did crazy things for, I did 3 pumps. There's guys that did 1 or 2 and they've seen more combat than, you know what I'm saying? Like most people, I think Delta's probably the only one that hasn't because you guys were just constantly deploying, but there's like, not talking shit on SF or SEALs or anyway, but like there are guys that are infantry dudes that like saw more action
for sure
in one deployment than most see in 20 years.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah. And to caveat that, and they did more with less. Mm-hmm. They did more with less resources. Exactly.
Yeah. And and so I think within our culture, I think this is kind of like the impetus or the beginning of like this conversation is, the rooster or, things are coming home to roost or however that saying goes. I'm going to get butchered for that, but, chickens are coming home to roost. That's what it is. And, but it is, I think, and then we've all starting to see it. We all knew the truth years ago. And so now we're seeing it come to fruition. And honestly, being on your guys' podcast and, it blew up from December because of the Tim Kennedy stuff. And I came on in March. So when I reached out to you guys, you were at like 40,000. By the time I got, I was like 100,000. Like you guys blew up. I remember it, or especially when Vanessa reached back out to me. And I think I think there's a hunger for justice in our community or a hunger for telling the truth because there's guys there that put in the time. And they don't want recognition, but they want people that are lying about what they're doing to be just blown up or not blown up, but like just the truth to come out and for it to be settled because it does it dirty. Like it's like basically watching somebody get away with all this bullshit and they get recognition and then they're on Rogan and they're on this and they're on that and then they get deals and it's like, they're lying. They're lying. And then nothing wrong against like guys that are like doing 9 to 5s after they got out because they have a family and that's great. But it's just, I can see them being like, I'm frustrated sometimes and I've had a pretty good run after I got out. Like but it's like guys that are like good friends of mine. They're just like, what the fuck up with this guy? Like in our group chat that was excited that you're coming on, they're like, they sent me again, timely this morning, Tim Kennedy with his apology, quote unquote. And Nate from Valhalla VFT, I watched it like literally I went out for a run this morning. I listened to 6 minutes and then like went out for the run, because it came out. But I think last night. But his take on it,
I watched it.
Yeah, same, yeah. And it's like a relief, And you guys, like so I'm gonna talk with you is, anti-hero. I to me has been at least in the public eye the most like driving it forward, being like, you know what, enough's enough. And I think it does help with yourself being a Delta operator, SF. Stacked, it helped, and then the other people I think in the community follow through. Because if it was me doing this, like I'm not doing it, but like if it was me, they're like, he's just an infantry guy that's pissed off. He never went soft, and now the conversation's over, and now everyone's, Yeah,
it's funny, but I agree with you. There's some truth to that.
Oh, he's not a Navy SEAL. He's just fucking jealous.
You're just jealous.
You're just jealous.
It's funny. I still get the "you're just jealous" comments. I'm like, jealous. Anyway, So
I guess we can circle back. Like, how did you guys start, and how did you get on? I don't want to get on this train, but how did
the irony of this story is, I went on the Anti-Hero podcast as a guest. Mm-hmm. I forget what episode it was, like in the teens or 20s.
Yeah, I look back at it. It's just yesterday. I think it was like teens. Yeah.
And I had done like a news, like a local news reporter came out to FRCC. We had just started to talk about this new company that was giving part of its, proceeds to benefit first responders, veteran owned. They were just doing a puff piece on us. A local cop by the name of Tyler Hoover picks it up and contacts me through FRCC. He's like, hey, just shot in the dark. I'm a current sheriff deputy here in Central Florida in your area. Would you be interested in supporting me by coming on the podcast? I was like, I would love to have you. He's like, I don't even know if you do podcasts. And I don't know if I'd done a podcast before that, but it's in my own backyard. It's a little bit safe because it's small. I'm like, well, no one's really going to see it. A first responder is asking me to do this. So I go to his house, and it's in his office, and that's his podcast studio. And we do the podcast, and it's like, it's his best podcast. It gets like 1,000 views, which was a lot for him at the time. Made me feel good too. I'm like, oh man, that's your best podcast. Nice. He asked me to come back with another cop just like 10 episodes later or whatever, just to be a guest. And the other cop was actually a meme cop, current cop, but did
makes memes on social media.
Yeah, and I actually followed her meme page. Didn't know she was a local cop, and her memes were savage. And I was like, heck yeah, I'd love to meet her. And I can't believe it's a female cop.
Yeah,
it was. Well, and so I went on that one, and she started the whole thing by asking the question that honestly started it all. We're like an hour into the podcast, and where it gets really comfortable. You're just talking, forget the mics are there, good chemistry. And she's like, hey, did Rob O'Neill really kill Osama bin Laden? And I looked at her, I was like, kind of thought, that's an odd question for you to ask me. But I was like, F it. I was like, no, Rob O'Neill didn't kill Osama bin Laden. It's the worst kept secret in all of special operations. Everybody in the community knows it, has known it for years. And the SEAL community really should come out and say something about it. But the truth is, they're probably too professional to come out and even deal with that. And Rob O'Neill's a piece of work for taking credit for something he didn't do. And the next day, my phone goes crazy because apparently Tyler couldn't wait. I say this tongue in cheek like I'm mad at him about it. I'm not. I understand. And he knows what he did. And it was a good move. Cuts this short reel. It says, Delta Force operator calls out Rob O'Neill. Yeah. And it goes viral.
I would have done the same thing.
And it goes viral. And I'm like, oh, man, I forgot I said that. But then I got a lot of support from team guys, of course. About time someone said this publicly. We've always known this. And so someone sends me the social media post and people reposting it. And I looked at, don't ever do this. And I go to the comment section, and even though I'm getting a lot of accolades from team guys, including SEALs, including DevGru, I'm getting a lot of hate online being like, oh, this guy's going to call another man a liar and not give any reasons, not bring any receipts, not just you're a liar and that's it. And I was like, man, they're actually right. They didn't see the whole episode. It was just a clip. The whole episode wasn't about Rob O'Neill. The whole episode that talked about Rob O'Neill is in that clip, and we moved on. So Rob O'Neill actually DM'd us, and he thought I was the Anti-Hero podcast, but I wasn't. I was just a guest in the show. Yeah. And he writes us, and he goes, "Hey man, it really hurt for you to hear a Delta Force guy say that about me. I don't know why you'd say that about me. I'm a big fan of Delta and always has been." He's like, "I tell you what, we can fix this." He goes, "Why don't you reach out to me, and there's a way that we can both win." And when he said that, I was like, I didn't know Rob from anyone at that time. And I'm like, but that's your angle here? reach out to me and there's a way we can both win, like, it's just, I don't normally talk about DMs because, to be honest with you, there's a lot more I could talk about for other people I've talked about. And there's a lot of things that will always stay between us. But that's the only one that I talk publicly about because it was because Rob's probably Rob's Rob. Just leave it at that. So I knew he was a piece of crap then. And so, and everyone else is like, hey, like, you called a man a liar and gave no reasons for it. So I decided at that point, I was like, you know what? Rob's a piece of crap. They're mad at me for not giving reasons. Sounds like I should just do a podcast and give all the reasons. And that's what I did. And for like 2 hours, I forget how long it is, I just completely picked apart his story, both as a tier 1 operator with, if I had no knowledge and just looked at the facts, and of course, with all the phone calls I had made with guys on the ground, and even guys in the room that were with Rob. And for people who don't know, and it surprises me to this day that people are like, well, it's just 2 different versions of the same story. Like, what's the problem? Rob O'Neill claims to be the only man in the room with Osama bin Laden and shoots him in the face, takes all the credit, says, me, only me, no one else. I was the only man in the room. When the true story is, the point man going up the stairs, Red, kills Osama bin Laden in the doorway, and then a team of 4, go into the room. 4 guys went into the room, not you by yourself, and Red, the point man, killed him. Like, this is not 2 versions of the same story. One couldn't have been any more of a piece of crap move of taking credit away from another guy and calling it your own and pretending like you're the only guy that went into the room. Like, could you even imagine the level of narcissist, of the level of selfishness it takes to do that? Like, it's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Yet he's got away with it for years and years and years. He just did an interview with Tucker Carlson. Like, even though our podcast did a lot of damage and exposed him, and it's got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of views, like, he's still out there making money off of a lie. It's insane.
I think that's, like I said, I think our community now, it's blown out. And so everyone in our community knows, like in the veteran community,
Right.
It's always that spillover into civilians. And I feel like the key I shouldn't say key influencers, but the key people that I think a lot of people are kind of like, hey, do you know this about this guy? I think it's starting to seep in. I think Tucker Carlson doesn't track the drama that goes on tier 1. Yeah. And so you're kind of like, well, yeah, he's talking to, but like, who else now is he going to talk to? Because now your rep is now out there. You can now Google somebody. Or sorry, you put up in YouTube if they're doing research, like, oh, what's going on here now?
You want to see some vindication. You go to the comment section of that Tucker Carlson interview, and he is getting eviscerated in the comment section. Like, you didn't do any homework on this one, Tucker. Just a lot of, and I know for a fact, Tucker did not know what he was getting into, and he's a little embarrassed about it. And hopefully. He has enough integrity to do the right thing, find the truth this time, and then save some face by doing the right thing. But that obviously put Anti-Hero on the map because we were the first ones to tell the truth publicly that everyone already knew. Like, oh, someone actually said it. And we did the same thing. We went public, not in its own episode, but we went public with Chris Kyle. Chris Kyle knows a little bit different situation, and that's why I didn't go as heavy. But people are like, oh, well, you shouldn't. He's dead. Like, you can't talk bad about a dead guy. Well, he still said those things. He still pretended to be something that he wasn't. Like, you don't get to rewrite history just because someone died and be like, well, he died, so that's the end of that story. Like, he's off limits. Everything can be done respectfully, but so he's a known liar in the community. Marcus Luttrell finally came out and was like, yeah, I didn't even write my own book. The Navy wrote it for me. Mm-hmm. Everything about Marcus Luttrell that, again, within the veteran community, we all already knew was true. But the big one, and like to catch up to
today, to this morning,
was the Tim Kennedy episode, which we released in December. But that was a unique one because a lot of people disliked Tim, but no one really knew why. It was like almost like the Nickelback effect of, if you will, where people just hated him just because they hated him. Like, why do you hate him? Like, I don't know. I don't like the guy.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it
became cool to not like Tim Kennedy. Yeah. Like, if you're a Green Beret, like you're not allowed to like Tim Kennedy, which is weird because just like Nickelback, it was cool at the beginning when he was an MMA fighter. Everyone liked him, and then everyone stopped liking him. So I'll turn this long story a little bit short, but I've essentially ended up reading his book, and I was like, no way. Just no way. Like, those just things aren't real. Like, just and I started, and because nothing in his book made sense, I started watching interviews with him, and I'm like, this is crazy. Like, he said he battled 400 Iranian freedom fighters in a valley in Afghanistan. They were getting overrun. He's completely out of ammo. He's crawling on the ground. He's trying to decide, do I need to go to dead Taliban bodies and start, not Taliban, Iranian bodies, and start picking up their weapons so I can continue to fight? I'm like, 400 Iranian, what are you talking about? Like, get out of here. In his book, he claims that he killed 20 guys in a tower and Camp Anaconda, Fob Anaconda, Firebase Anaconda, in less than 48 hours. You would be a military legend if you sniped 20 guys in 48 hours. Not just an SF legend. You'd be a military legend. I can just go on and on about his stories of heroism and him getting wounded so bad that his teammates are begging him to get on the helicopter, but he's like, none of you guys are bad enough to get me on the helicopter. I'm staying. That's awful movie-like. I've got every hurt guy on a helicopter we ever wanted to get on a helicopter. And again, just go watch the podcast. You'll see how atrocious it is. And he's naming all these names in the book, and I'm like, I know these are BS stories, but I got to check it out. And he left real names in the book. Couldn't believe it. Used everybody's real name. So they were really easy to find, being from that community. And I talked to all of them, and they were like, I said the same thing. I didn't call them up saying, hey, Tim Kennedy's a liar, and me and you need to prove it. I wanted to be above board. I wanted to do things the right way. And I would say, hey, my name's Brent Tucker, co-host of the Anti-Hero podcast. We're looking into some stories, and I just have some questions for you. And they're okay. Like, were you a part of the convoy in Afghanistan in Tim Kennedy's book? And then, yes, that's me. I am that guy. Did you read Tim Kennedy's book? Every single teammate would go, no, never read the book. Okay, all right. Well, I have some excerpts from the book I'm going to read to you, and I just want to know if they're true or not. And they're like, okay. And so I'd read these wild stories. Hey, did truck drivers poke radiators with screwdrivers to try to sabotage the convoy? And they're like, no, that never happened. Why would they sabotage? That's their own jingle trucks. Why would they sabotage their own jingle trucks? I'm like, yeah, I know. I have to ask these questions just to make sure. Just did Tim Kennedy save an Afghan from an IED with no legs and fired his sniper weapon from the hip, holding off Iranian freedom fighters in an air ambush, and was covered in blood? And then the ground force commander couldn't get him medically evacuated because the U.S. refused to evacuate Afghan fighters. And I didn't even say, oh, by the way, I've never had that problem. I've always been able to evacuate injured Afghans. Didn't even want to insert that. Just ask the question. And them and have them answer and go, no, that none of that happened. Like, he wrote that in the book. Like, I read it from the book verbatim to you. I'm like, no, none of that happened. Just over and over and over again. Blew my mind. Later on, I started before the episode, looked into it. He said he has over 20 combat deployments. He has one to Afghanistan, one to Iraq. Technically, he has a second to Iraq, but it wasn't. So he has the Oakleaf Iraq campaign, but it wasn't a combat deployment. It was in a support role. Mm-hmm. He only has 2 combat deployments, not 20. Mm-hmm. He claims to have a Bronze Star with Valor Medal.
That's the most recent egregious one. Because that was dug up like a week or 2 ago.
Claims to be hurt in combat several times. And when I looked into it, like I said, it was like several hour podcast. So it's even hard to bring in all the bullshit into a short version. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have a Purple Heart, and has an excuse why he doesn't.
And the irony is too is like for the amount of embellishing and storytelling, if he actually received a Purple Heart, he wouldn't stop talking about the Purple Heart or a Bronze Star, like truly earned it. Like, hey man, if you truly earned it and you run your mouth, you're not a silent professional, but at least you had earned it. At least you have a Purple Heart. Are you running with it? Yes, but at least you have it.
Right.
So you imagine if he actually would have had one, he wouldn't shut up. He completely wouldn't shut up about it. And which is egregious because you have one, I have one, I have friends that have one. It's like you don't mess with that. Like and by the way, people will check. They will absolutely cross-check. You can 100% cross-check Purple Hearts.
Verify.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? And by the way, the amount of stuff he would have cashed in on being a official combat wounded veteran. I mean, like, he would have been even higher in scale or whatever you want to say in profile because here it is, And so I think it's those receipts, like you guys have been talking for months. And it's kind of funny too, because I've met him once. He was nice in passing. I think some of the guys had told him who I was only because my battle was with 10th Group Special Forces. Okay. So it's probably that's the Marine who's a producer that was with SF and all that stuff. And so he was nice. He was like, oh, hey, nice to hey, it's good to meet you. It was actually like, oh, I know who you are. I was like, oh, nice to meet you. And that was it. And then he just kind of walked away, whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's just, it's crazy. But then it's like when you guys start covering and I start seeing the clips, and I've never really watched a ton of it. I just know of the ether and I'm watching interviews with them and I'm like, oh, of course he's lying. But it's like now after the fact that you guys have done it, but now it's like, watch one interview with him and tell me he's not full of shit. And I've never actually watched an interview, it's just like, I just know of this. I've heard him on Rogan. Granted, it's just like he's always like da-da-da, and I was like, well, a lot of people like da-da-da, whatever, and maybe he doesn't play up as much because he does play it up, but it's like, like the Afghan evac stuff. We can definitely get into that. Anyways, sorry, continue. That was kind of my note was like, if he had truly had you would have known, like you would have been, that would have been plastered over every t-shirt he's ever made, So go ahead.
He eventually makes this rebuttal video basically telling us that we're all doing this for the wrong reasons and for money and fame and that we're liars. And he has millions of followers. He goes out and tells, millions of people that I'm the actual grifter and that I'm doing this for money and fame and and worse yet, I'm lying about it and trying to bring down another veteran. I mean, if that were true, what a POS type of person would do that. It's a horrible allegation.
And by the way, that's the fear that us guys have, or like that for those 15 years. Like you don't want that rep, even if it's true. Again, bring it back to reputation. Even if I attend, because I've been talking about this since like 2008 with like Lone Survivor, and I've talked with other buddies, that friends there, and it's tough, I get it, especially with the families, but it's like and then some of this other stuff, even with like the Bin Laden raid, it's like I was starting to hear these things, but I am just an 03, you're just a wannabe piece of shit, and that's exactly the tactic that's been taken. Right. With that video. So sorry. Yeah. I just wanted to that's why it went, I think so long. I think that's why our community let it slide because of exactly what happened. You had a guy with $1 million. And by the way, if you don't verify it, try going to a nonprofit, knowing you're the guy that tried to bring down Tim Kennedy because you're a piece of shit. Well, Tim Kennedy called you out, and now your name is out there. And now that's on your reputation, But
So and then he's really good at playing word games, and not word games that would make sense to me and you, but word games that make sense to his base, which is civilians. And so he wrote a post that said, I earned Valor Awards for every single deployment I've ever been on. And by the way, it's just two separate, but he's also claimed to have been on 20 deployments. So do you have 20 Valor Awards? And I made the comment, you don't have one Valor Award. I have your DD-214. And he word played that and said, well, I didn't say I had a Bronze Star with Valor. I'm saying, like, my awards for service, like the write-ups for them were for valorous things I did.
Which makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
His apology video or his explanation video was so bad. But there's a bunch of people that believed him. All the civilians were like, okay, well, there's his answer.
Yep.
Okay,
and another reason why we didn't come out, the civilians, you don't want to bleed over.
There's my answer.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, the Purple Heart, he goes, I never claimed to have had a Purple Heart. I just said I was injured, and I was. And he's like, and he goes, even though I talked to both medics on his team, all of his teammates, no one ever saw Tim hurt. In fact, no. In fact, they have pictures of him, like the very next day on the convoy, when he claims to be covered in blood and guts, looking as clean as can be. And we showed that picture, and smiling and happy. Like, and you just had a near-death experience where your buddies begged you to go on the helicopter, and in your book you said, like, your clothes can essentially stand by themselves because they're covered in your own and the enemy's blood. And there you are, looking like a nice sunny day at the range. It's embarrassing, honestly. And he says, I never said I had a Purple Heart. I just said I was injured. And he goes, and I was injured. And he goes, if you look at my fights and my TV appearances after 2018, like, you can see the discoloring and the scars on my back and all this, and just completely played it off. We eventually pulled up tons of videos of him with his shirt off and no scarring on his back, no discoloration, nothing on his back. But instead of saying that, he gave us a homework assignment to check his back, and we did. So it was just the worst apology video ever. And then that started the tidal wave against Tim Kennedy that just never ended, because there was a lot of people who didn't like him but didn't know why they didn't like him, and now they have evidence. And like, I thought I didn't like that guy, but now I know why. And people, I did research for months before that video came out, and now you have thousands and thousands of very motivated veterans scouring the internet for anything and everything Tim said. And because Tim loves Tim, I don't know if there's ever been an interview he has said no to. So there's tons of stuff out there. And just a month ago, someone found a very small podcast interview of a guy saying, hey, Tim Kennedy, says here that you're a bronze. And he says, again, adamantly, straight out, I never claimed to have a Bronze Star with Valor device. Well, in this podcast, the interviewer says here that you're a Bronze Star with Valor, recipient. He goes, and he says, yes. He goes, that's awesome. Like what's the story behind that? Like, how'd you earn it? And he goes, well, we were in a firefight, and there was this bad guy, and he was armed, and I shot him before he shot me. And that's his story of how he won a Bronze Star with Valor. It's the craziest, cringiest thing you've ever heard. That clip gets put out and goes absolutely viral.
That's in the last 2-3 weeks, right?
Just 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you can't deny it anymore. Like, everything the Anti-Hero podcast said about you has turned out to be true. And the things that you really doubled down on, we all knew weren't true. And now we actually have if the smoking gun wasn't enough for everything we said, you said it with your own mouth. And you already said that you didn't say it. Of course, they clipped that together to prove a point. It was bad. And so he eventually made an apology about it real quick. And I will tell you the apology and why you would think, like, oh, okay, well, he made an apology about it. All is good, right? Let me just read this to you just for a second. I want to take full and unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake. Over the years, I made public statements and gave interviews in which I unintentionally misstated aspects of my military service. Most notably, I implied directly or indirectly that I had been awarded the Bronze Star with valor. That is not true, and there is no excuse for it. I never received the honor, and I deeply regret suggesting otherwise. And then he goes on with his apology. Mm-hmm. He wants to take full and unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake.
Yeah.
Like, if I made a mistake is something you make unintentionally. Mm-hmm. So it's usually, no, you intentionally lied about it. And then I made public statements and gave interviews in which I unintentionally misstated aspects of my military service. No, you've intentionally lied about everything you've done in the military to some degree, some more egregious than others. So it's just, he's not, even in his apology, he can't even fully commit to an apology. Mm-hmm. He basically said, it's my fault, but I didn't mean to do it. Mm-hmm. And of all the things you don't want to apologize for saying you've been wounded several times in combat.
Now, what's the specifics? Because I do want to, just specifics. He said he was wounded, correct? Not injured. Because because now we're playing semantics and word games.
He will play semantics, but no, yes.
Yeah. He said I was wounded.
Wounded in combat.
Again. Yep. When you say wounded, because some people were like, well, he said, because, again, people that don't live in this world but are kind of tracked, they're like, well, because I was talking with Scott the other day and he was like, well, he said he was injured. I was like, no, I'm almost 99% sure. I'll check with Brent. I was like, I'm 99% sure he said wounded. And then Scott was like, okay. Because Scott was like, I was injured in a combat zone. Yes, is it misleading? It's not, but right. He has said he was wounded, right. And but wounded, I
don't even take those semantics. Yeah. I was injured by grenade fragments. Yeah.
No, I agree.
Those are just two of the same words.
Exactly. But I'm saying he'll squirrel himself out, which he did. He was like, well, I injured.
He took shrapnel from RPGs and grenades and firefight.
Which again, if he actually did, he wouldn't have shut up about it with the Purple Heart, with an official.
He'd have had pictures all over Instagram about it. He'd have well documented himself. He's the Kardashian of special ops. Mm-hmm.
So you have two now, which is Purple Heart, Bronze Star with Valor, for sure. Locked and done.
Locked and done.
Yeah.
Lying about 20 combat rotations that he doesn't have. Lying about killing people.
What's the semantic behind that? Is it because did he contract at all? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so is that where I'm trying to where in his mind is he?
Anything, this is how he's going to get around it. Mm-hmm. Anything he's ever deployed with a nonprofit, he did some contract work. Mm-hmm. Anything he did on a JSET, apparently is a combat deployment. Mm-hmm. So anytime he left the States for any reason, apparently he chalks up as a deployment.
Okay. Because that's because I think about that too. I'm like, okay, well, when I tell people, I did 3 combat deployments, but I did 9 rotations. I'll say rotations because we still went into a combat zone as a contractor. I went 5 times. Yeah. That's, you want to say as a deployment? Do you want to, that's why I always say rotation. So I was like, it was a rotation, Did we see combat? Yeah, we did actually, as a contractor, we got into, a pretty big firefight. So, and even then it was my base. I'll say it it was my base guys that got in it. We got hit. I went to another spot, that was our react force. So, but yeah, that's why I was curious of where that 20 came from. And I assumed what you said was that, which was any trip he took overseas. And you're again, that's taking the advantage of what the civilians think. Because that's what he's gunning for is the civilian sector. And
he's also has these crazy stories of watching teammates burned alive in combat. Never happened. I've talked to all of his teammates from his 2 combat deployments, one to Iraq, one to Afghanistan. Yeah. None of them watched a teammate burn alive. That's just so crazy and over the top to say. And in a weird way, he almost says it like a badge of honor, but he's trying to show how horrible combat is, but also how like tough he is, like emotionally. He's admitting to killing,
unaliving women and children.
I
still have from David Hooks there. I think it was like 2 or 3 days ago. I was like, you wrote what? Like my buddies were sending me stuff. I was like, he wrote that? I was like, or he wrote it. I'm like, wait a minute. What? I mean, like, why would you write that? Like, that's insane. Like,
not a woman or women and a child, multiple women, multiple children. This guy, those are called war crimes. So that's a weird flex. One.
Wild flex.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
And by the way, sorry, go ahead.
It's just crazy to lie about things that are a crime and aren't cool. Even if they're not a war crime, it ain't cool. And it never happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's so crazy. You know what I mean? That'd be
wild.
Like, I don't even know how to equate that.
Yeah, I know. And that's the thing too, is like there's like mistakes that happen. There's like scenarios. Like there's a guy I was talking to when I was on the firing line back in the Marine Corps, his buddy. And by the way, this kid like lives with, so you don't do that lightly. They were in a firefight. He was a saw gunner. They were getting into it. He was looking down the barrel, was squeezing the trigger, and a kid ran out, like in the middle, out of like behind a car, trying to get away. He hit the kid. Like, you think that guy's writing about how he unalived children?
Oh,
like, he lives with that every day. Even I was sitting there, I'm like, God damn, that sucks. Yeah. He's like, yeah, it hit him. And I think to that, like, guys, it's like, you write that you were unaliving women and children. Like, I mean, I've had an incident where I had to stop a guy from bombing a village. He was going to put all the mortar systems and IDF right into indirect fire, right into this, because he tweaked. He just snapped. We were relieving them on a QRF. I was spearheading in, and the guy just wanted to level everything.
Yeah.
And I was like, we're not doing that. There's women and children there. We're not doing it. So I'm arguing with the staff sergeant, and it's like this, it's wild. I relieved him of command, like over the net. Like we almost started throwing fists because he just kept wanting to bomb, and it's like, and and that happened
just in a blind rage,
and I'm just like, you can't do that. You can't, again, like, it was my 3rd pump. It was his like 1st month, it's like, you can't do this. Like, you can't do this. Like, again, it's that morality of like, sometimes the best thing you ever did was not pull the trigger, and now you're like, he's right. I saw that. I'm like, no way anybody wrote that. And he's like, it's in his book. I'm like, that's okay. The other stuff, he was full of shit, but you're like, that is so wildly out there. And again, the civilians read it, his fans read it, but it's like, did you read the book, but like guys like me that like, yeah, we know he's full of shit. I never read it, and you're like, what? Like, that's how egregious it's gotten.
Nobody at the DOD approved his book. And of all the things he's become a proven liar about, still has his Green Beret, still has his long tab, still wears the uniform. No. Can you believe that?
So what is one, that's insane.
That's insane.
2, but I've been listening to you and Nate and just on his channel, Valhalla VFT, and you probably know a bit more than I do, but from what I understand, it's gone up. Everyone's been told. Now on the sponsorship side, he was dropped like, dropped a bunch of sponsorships. Dropped
Black Rifle,
dropped
Staccato,
511.
I think Whoopee shoes, FN. Like, he's done in the tactical world. I think We the People holsters are still standing by him.
Yeah, I think USCCR or something or whatever.
USCCA dropped them.
Yep.
Like and some box, like pistol security box company.
Stop box.
Okay, yeah, those two. So be sure to write them and ask them what their problem is. But but what's crazy is, so apparently all these tactical companies have more integrity than USASOC does, because USASOC hasn't dropped them. And you put it in that aspect.
Yeah.
How crazy is that? How could you punish any Green Beret for doing anything right now when you have a guy that's running around like that?
Yeah.
Without.
And
without any repercussions.
And we noticed this, and I know you guys mentioned it leading up to this podcast, and I've noticed it too. Is like since December, you've seen him cozying up, going to the White House, going to Hegseth, going to all these. And I think you were the one that was like, I was following you. It's like whoever not Hegseth, it was the other guy.
Mike Waltz?
Yeah, that was like, hey man, you know what's going on, or if you don't, this is what's going on. And we saw the photo with Trump and the wounded veterans, and like there's Tim Kennedy, not even off to the side. And I think that infuriated a lot of people because that infuriated me. I'm like, dude, you do not have a Purple Heart. There's no reason for you to be there. Even if you're like, if you want to be the humble guy, whatever, it's like, dude, you would be like, I brought these guys in. I'm going to stand off to the side because this is their moment.
That's right. And then get to the back of the room, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's like, you shouldn't even be in the photo. And like, I'm glad you got them there. That's cool. But it's like, you're trying to like, and then it's like, you're not even like off to the side of the photo or behind. You're literally right
next
there,
next
to the president. And and I knew exactly what he's doing. He's like, I'm glad I'm at the Hill. And you're just like, it's frustrating to watch because of everything that's happening. I think now in our community, it's like, you know what? We're done with it. Like we don't want any other, or we don't want this to happen, say, for the next generation either. And, it's almost like a learning curve. Like, all right, these people got away with it. Social media exacerbates it. You're lying. We can cross check, because there's guys that did that for Vietnam. And they just like, no one can check because there's no one. Well, you're on the local newspaper. Like, who really cared, Yeah.
Right.
It's like that. It didn't go. You're not making money off of these accolades that you never did. And I think that's what's frustrating for guys. Again, we're circling back to it. That did legit work. That don't have the long tab. That don't have the trident. But they're just like. And there's like, great, this guy gets to fucking lie about everything, and he's meeting the president, and he's getting fucking deals, and he's been full of shit the whole time. By the way, we all knew. And I think, again, I guys have asked me, like, what do you think of what Brent and them are doing? I was like, honestly, I think they're doing it well. I think it's been a long time coming. Here I am. I'm probably going to get thrown into the fire as well, but here we go. It is what it is, but it's needed to be done. And at the end of the day, it just needs to be done.
If, I'm going to do a second podcast on him, and here's one of the reasons. I'm really tired of seeing this comment. Yeah, he lied about his service, but he does good things. So, like, people give him a pass because of all of the nonprofit stuff he does. To which got me thinking, you think he just stopped lying about all his good stuff in combat? Do you think he just lied about that and just began doing the really hard work when it came to nonprofit and turned the corner? So I did some looking into that. I think you can take I don't want to do a big reveal or anything.
No, yeah. I was like, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Like, our next episode, all his nonprofit work may be a lot like his combat work. Mm-hmm. Let's just say that. And one of the reasons I decided to do it was because, he had left the tactical world, and hey, I can't control whatever USOC does. But the way he's cozying up to DC, and DC apparently doesn't know any better. By doing that is so selfish. He is going to bring really good people down with him because they thought he was some hero, and he's not. And it's a very, very selfish thing for him to do. Mm-hmm. So we'll do another episode and expose the nonprofit side of him. Besides that, and the last thing I'll say about the old veteran community is, hey, who's going to police the veteran community? Only veterans can police the veteran community. And I've said this before, and I'm really passionate about this. Mm-hmm. The veteran community really is like the last, bastion of respect this country has. I don't think it's right, but police officers have lost it due to a minority, small fraction, few police officers apparently got lumped in, and a lot of people don't respect police officers. A lot of people do, but at the end of the day, they've lost it. Well, even though it was only a few, the police didn't police themselves. That's how they lost it. Service to the country as far as like political service, lost respect a long time ago. But guess why? Politicians, parties didn't police themselves and let dirt bags run amok within them. So the only thing we have left in this country that we still respect, and ain't athletes, it's our veterans. We respect them. And if we don't ferociously come out and protect that, then we will lose that too. We will lose it. Because if there's no repercussion for lying for fame and money, then more people will do it, and more people will do it. Like, someone's got to hold the standard. It has to stop somewhere. So I'm really appreciative after we came out with this story, people like Valhalla, with Nate and Jay from the Green Beret Chronicles, and David Hookstead with his podcast, and anyone else who picked it up. I'm grateful for it, because we wouldn't be talking about it now if it was just, maybe we would, maybe we wouldn't if it was just our podcast. But the veteran community got behind something and held the line. And you're continuing that by being willing, to talk about this. And you might take some heat for it. Like, it's not a lot of negative comments about doing it. But as a veteran, and I've known you long enough, you're doing it because it's the right thing to do. I appreciate that.
No, I like I said, I appreciate you. Like I say, you guys doing it, because I think when I went on Anti-Hero and that stuff was you'd already done the episode. I came on in like February or March, and it was cool to see the super chat, but the amount of people that reached out to me after the episode through Instagram, and it was like, it wasn't a ton, but it was enough to be like, guys were in like 3-3, 2-3. They're like, "Oh my God, that's so awesome, man!"
Yeah,
and
nice.
it's like, "Thanks, this and that." And honestly, it was a nice thing of being like, you know what, the guys that matter, they care because they're watching Anti-Hero. Two, you can see that veteran community is doing what we're doing now, which is like, you know what, I'm, so for me, like, you know what, like I feels good. You guys really took the leap. And now I think we're just kind of following through, like, yep, we're backing you guys up. Like, if Tim Kennedy, I'll take it. Yeah, like, you know what? He's not wrong. Tim Kennedy's full of shit. Like, by the way, at the very end of the day, he didn't have to do it. He was a Green Beret, UFC fighter, and you're friends with Joe Rogan. You could have rode that into the ground. You would have gotten further just being humble, bragging, like, I done some stuff.
Right.
Yeah, which most of us do, which is like, we did stuff in our era, but you know what? Guys that worked as a mechanic for 4 years and they got out and got a degree, made a business, good on you. Like, you started companies, you didn't see any combat. The guys all the time, to me, they're like, "Oh, I didn't see anything." I was like, "That's cool, man. You signed the paper."
That's right. You rose your hand, you did it.
You did it, and there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, I got lucky. You push forward, you got, like we say luck, but it's still like you hit the right time. Guys get lucky with the timing of the wars. I could have been, you guys probably know guys in the 90s that served.
That's right.
They didn't see anything.
Didn't see anything.
Say nothing, even like some Delta operators, or Rangers or SF. They're like, I served in the 90s, nothing happened, whatever. You're like, cool. Like you did it. But what you guys are doing, and again, the veteran community, is behind you. Even I feel confident with this too. Like I feel like everyone was in their own little island, and now everyone's together. Like, oh, we're in this gunfight together now. Like I know Delta operators, and I know guys, friends, like we have mutual friends in Dev Group. They are like, you're correct. It's like, okay. Everyone knows my reputation now. Like I've had my name's out there enough where you can Google me, and also, like just like you, people are going to attack you. It's like, all right, well, if you got to bring it on, but there's nothing out there that I've lied about. It's like I've even downplayed. It's just I feel like we're all in that same fight together, and I agree with you, especially with the veteran community when it comes to respect. And I think that what you hit the nose on the head was we need to police our own. Yeah. And the last 15 years, we let it run amok.
We did.
Even with nonprofit stuff, how many look at Wounded Warriors, and that spilled into the public. By the way, even like civilians are like Wounded Warriors. Like, great, now they think every nonprofit is stealing money and giving it to Mark Wahlberg. You know what I mean? Like, and then it's not Mark Wahlberg's fault, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like. And the horror stories that came from that, and my buddy runs Warfighter Scuba, and he hates the nonprofit world. So like immediately when you brought up the nonprofit, I'm like, ooh, we know some people who have definitely taken advantage of that, who have all sorts of stuff, and it's like, oh, that's going to be the next step,
Talking to, I'm a part of a nonprofit called the Sentinel Foundation. We do child rescue, and that's I went to Ukraine with the Sentinel Foundation. I'm in Thailand with them, Colombia, Peru, Haiti, all around the world with those guys. Great dudes, great organization. And I was talking to Sean Ryan a couple weeks ago in Nashville. We had lunch, and there's another. He hates nonprofits because he's jaded by them because there's been so many that haven't held the standard. And when you talk about like we gave those guys a chance like for 15 years and like it didn't work out. Like, of course it didn't. Like, there's, I'll end this thing of sorts like the way we started it with a bunch of sayings. But the only thing for evil men to succeed is for good men to do nothing. Like, how naive of us to think that they'll just lie about their accolades and then just go away. Like, yeah, and no more people are going to take their place. And when you put it that way, it seems pretty dumb, of the veteran community to be like, we'll let it slide. It'll stop. It'll fix itself. Yeah. No, it won't, and it didn't. Exactly. And here we are now.
Yeah. And that is an amazing note to end on. Yeah. That was great saying. That was awesome. We powered through. We got 4 hours in.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Sweet. Well, where can people find your cigars, your coffee, and your now bourbon line that's going to be coming out?
Yeah. I started First Responders, an originally coffee company that turned into First Responder Cigar Company, and shortly after this comes out, will be First Responder Cask Company, all under FRCC. You can find us on Instagram at FRCC, and our website, www.frcc.shop. And so we donate. Last year alone, we donated $25,000 to $30,000 to first responders, hurt first responders, training, equipment. We do our best. We're still a small company, but I've already given way more than I've made in this endeavor over the past couple of years because I've yet to take a paycheck from it. But we are growing, and I'm excited about the future of that business. So yes, that's another way you can support me, but don't do it just to support me. Be an old school man, grab some cigars, smoke them.
All right. And Antihero, Antihero.
Of course, yep. And then the Antihero podcast on all channels, the Antihero podcast, including Instagram, YouTube, Spotify, iTunes. You can find us there. And we do a live show every Thursday night, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's the highlight of my week. If you don't watch any other things, watch the live. They're a good time.
Awesome. Hell yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you.